thought I'd swing by. I was actually gonna continue working on what I've been working on, but no. How many times did I tell me we only need one me in this universe? Okay. Everybody needs fucking to it, man. These are facts. Alright, guys, so I thought I'd swing by. I'm a little tired, exhausted. I don't know how long I'm gonna be hanging in here. This morning I thought, well, maybe I might do a marathon. Because really what I need to do is gonna take that long for certain things I've been working. But Lord forbid the first time I do a stream over like 2 minutes, they're gonna be like, call the services, call the police. She's fucking lost her mind, all that bullshit. Not that I care much these days. Whatever, right? Floats their boat. Speaking of their boats, they all appear to be in one in the last couple of days as I've been resting and doing all the things back here on this side. And so I don't say too much, but I say maybe just enough. um, Speaking of their boat, it appears as if the other day. Now this shit's been bleeding up for quite a long time. Make no mistake, but the most recent fuckery. Okay, I don't know. Can you just say that? Because it's every fucking day with this place. These people, the real life shit. They've done it again. And there's only like a certain sector of them that continue to do the same. Um, all I can tell you is that in their hurry in the game they've been playing for years, but if you want to call it that. And what they're trying to make come to, I guess, a point or culmination of, um, all I can tell you is that shit's gotten real stupid, but quite a bit in these last few months. But they've done it again the other day with a combination of online freak shows working with local freak shows. They thought they had a thing. They may still think they have a thing. But it's funny because they don't have a thing. However, in this attempt, what they've really done is they fucked the pooch again, and there's no coming back from it. They can't undo it. Nope, nope. It's a repeat thing with them. They have these moments throughout all these years where certain things just can't wait. It's like a chihuahua pissing itself. Yeah. Happens, man. Anyway, word here on the real streets, locally and otherwise, and around these ish blocks, online make me believe that they did, however, within the past couple days, really figure out some shit that is rocking their boats. And see, now they need to unfuck the pooch that they pooched, but they had to piss on their leg, and well, now they can't pooch the thing, or that their oars have fallen off. Look, it doesn't matter now. No take backs. Anyway, unless they hoisted their sails and threw out Psycho in the background again, all threatening like, with so many vague things nobody'd ever be able to keep up. Um, Good luck with all that. Hope it works out for you. That's all I can say. I don't know. Y'all want to keep letting that thing threaten in vague ways back there? Seriously, after this many years? Y'all really think this shit's gonna fly? Jesus. I'm just kidding. Anyway, so I finally took notice of that today. Why y'all just taking this cycle the past 2 weeks just like hard threatened family members or the outside shit? Whatever. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you people? You think if I didn't show that particular name to certain family members, they wouldn't, like, I don't know, probably do worse to you than last time? Come the fuck on. And the only way that can be fucking happening is if you're super sleuthing where you need not be, or because you're wrapped up around folks you need not be that don't need to be around me while being around you, and then no wonder y'all get shit all the time. That's all I'm saying. And therefore, guess what? It cancels itself out, because it ain't my fucking problem. See how it works? It seems like it's a y'all problem. Anyway, whatever though. Floats or sinks your boats. Battleship. Anyway, so the pooches pissed themselves trying to, like, did not wait long enough to figure out. It's fun. Anyway, so be it. It's not gonna turn out well. And on top of that, past couple nights, days, however the hell you want to put that, I don't know, days, been doing my thing back here, but also waiting on the pooches and the boats thing and all that, and taking it easy for the most part. But a little stressed out, if that makes sense. Probably doesn't. I don't know. It's about all them weird ass calls in the middle of the night from people who ain't nobody on this planet be like, oh yeah, yeah, that's a good call. Right? And sometimes I guess they are, but yeah. So, I've been told just to, you know, and I've been doing just that. Anyway, till now. Vague enough, cryptic enough, backcardy enough for anybody today. I hope so. God, whatever would y'all do without them? Anyway, I thought, oh, and by the way, that was just a coconut water cracked open just in case you people got anything to fucking say about anything. No, wait, the can's orange right there. But I thought, considering, it's the day before exactly 3 years and 6 months. I thought I'd at least walk through and talk about the day before and the way back. Now, I probably should open some other social media accounts for this one. I thought about it and I was like, nah. Because while I'm using them, they're going to go over and hit them broadside. I ain't in the mood. At least the ones they know about. So, I'm just not in the mood for all that extra added bullshit. I did, go look mightily for a piece. Here, though. Now, I knew that it had been vanishing for quite a fucking long time. Almost as instantaneously as it was done. It's been vanishing, you know. And the more the narratives have been placed around on children and whatever, you know. But I really thought come across more of a remainder than I have here. But quick version says, and even though I really don't like the motherfucker, it's fine. I really don't like anybody here, so there's that. And god damn it, I watched a piece the other night because I was looking for a thing in it for another thing that super detectives themselves didn't even figure. So I was like, and I'll be damned, because this is the first time I'd ever listened to this, and I know it was because I had one of them expert douche cunts on it, right? And around certain, I mean, I was like, what the fuck, dude? One of your superstars in there says some real jacked up shit about me in 22. And then had the audacity, I guess Neil probably hadn't seen. Dude, you wait. You wait until I get to that point. Not today. Swear to God. Fucking audacity of some of these fuckers. Motherfuckers. It's always a motherfucker. Damn, bro. Ugh. Anyway, so that tells you some shit. Fucking idiots. Fucking experts. You have not seen one expert yet on this motherfucker. I'm impressed by or with. That tells you. Real experts aren't here, dude. they're just not. Real experts aren't here, dude. They're just fucking not. Anyway. Oh my god. Why did I do that? You know what has been pretty awesome the past day or two, though? I did finally get answers as to why I'm yellow. And why I've been turning that way for several months. And no, it's not what one would think. Which is why it's not appearing in the same way one would think. It's like, huh, ain't that some shit? Yeah. No, well. Okay. Let's walk through hell. Because while I do this, I not only have to do this for the day before, in truth, I have to listen to one of you fuck stick idiots talk shit and garbage based on your stupidity and narratives and whatever fucking group you were fucking in centipede fashion around all this bullshit for whatever your needful thing was. And that's always pleasant. I do love having to listen to one of you fuck sticks talk shit and also be idiots. What a wonderful world. Alright. Okay, I might change my mind. I might take a fucking nap. Hey, Mud Pie. And that's if I can fucking see the screen over here to find the peace. Find the peace. Oh, that was by Hamilton Holmes. Let's see. Checking out. What the fuck is that? I must have fallen asleep and fucking stand played automatically. I don't. Take it out of there because I wasn't. She gets my nerves. Okay. And I did see some stuff the other night that uh, super fucking triggering for me out of Sebastian's. I did figure out what that was. Clint Eastwood, Supernatural. Oh, look. Mm, that can't be right. Okay, didn't need that one. Apparently, I was already asleep at some point that late. Oh, Jesus. Don't know what the fuck that is, but it can go. Okay. Tried to watch that one. I think that was fighting between J4. I was bored. I was like, no, I'm good. Sweet baby iron. And I do need to come back on. I know it. He did all quarterly the other day, okay. And finish up with the TM, MGL, blah blah, high bullshit. I'll get there. Unlike some folks. Does it, Jackie? How are the blocks these days? Think about shaving it all the way off. Because why the hell not? Now I'll tell you that I remember hearing just a bit of this bullshit. The original one. I know I've got it here. But I ain't digging that fucking shit out of it. And I know that when I heard it, it was still on Facebook, I believe. Maybe either way. I'm not going back to look that motherfucking shit up either. Like I said, platforms, blah blah blah, blah blah. Ernie is on the ball. Literally, he's fishing for it. Alright, so we're gonna listen to this one with their hot take. Now, they didn't do this till 2 years ago. Okay? July. You'll recall those are the dates that Monster started, being, all these things, but, there's a reason you can no longer find, the whole thing. It happened pretty quickly. There's a reason for that. Anyway, we're gonna listen to this.
In June 2021, Jackie Dobbs bought a small piece of land next to Andy.
One. Okay. I had speed somewhere between what the fuck and what the fuck.
And Jody Sue on Ben Hill. On July 14th, in 2021, Jackie Dobbs bought a small piece of land next to Andy and Jody Sue on Ben Hill. On July 14th, the day before Summer vanished, he went there with plans to stay. But as he arrived, he got into an argument with Andy and Jody Sue over property lines. Recently, Don B released a 48-minute-long conversation with Dobbs where he explains his version of events. If you feel like watching the entire conversation, I really recommend it, and you'll find a link in the description box.
No, you won't, because Don B hid that bitch, and so is this entire realm. For a reason.
I got there on the 14th of June and 19 and 20 and 21.
Now that's Dobbs, who says I got there on the 14th of June and 19th and 20 and 21. I got there around 4 o'clock. No, sir, you didn't.
I got there around 4 o'clock. And guess who's the first person that comes by in a white Sonoma to pick up this? That's Don. Yep. It seemed to me that Don had something on his mind.
This was the day before?
Yeah, the day before.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he seemed like he had something on his mind. You ever see a man have like 1,000 miles stare?
Note how he claims Don seemed to have something.
Now I'm gonna agree with whatever the fuck here. because Dudley's picture suddenly on the screen. Now, see, I remember, and this is one of the reasons I was very particular throughout all this on listening to any of the others. And their versions of bullshit and everything else, like I'd catch bits, pieces, this and the other, but I didn't go hardcore like, I gotta listen to work, because I wanted separation. So, I do remember Dobbs being one of the ones that was like, no you didn't, you fucking lie, because what we're concerned on. And that's because the internet, the way shit had went, it had already sort of contaminated. And I was like, in my head though, I vaguely recalled Dawn saying he had seen him over there, but he didn't know what to say to him. Right? That falls into other shit though. Abnormalities of the 14th and 15th. Oh, it sure does. Anyway. And things that should have been that weren't. In a lot of different realms. From over yonder. Back yonder. Whatever. That crew fuck sticks. So, it's always been like, so when I heard Dobbs say, I was like, man, whatever. Something, anyway. So, either way, those things. But considering every motherfucker this motherfucking place is touched, almost, there are a few exceptions to that rule. Like, fucking Jose, for instance. That son of a bitch definitely studied everything and everyone online, was told to, brought up by certain people, acquired by certain people. And then when shit started popping off really quick and everybody realizing that it was too studied and fed out and too much extra paid for Jose, then it became, oh, you can't touch this MC Hammer stole, it's got problems, oh this, oh that, and then suddenly everybody had to poof, Yeah, I wonder why. So, almost everything this group, or those around it, have touched, has a tendency to just add extras in there, like salt and pepper or Parmesan at the table. Alright? And a whole hell of a lot of the others have chosen to play with these people. I ain't one of them. Nor will I ever be. I'm straight, go fuck yourselves. And the horse rode in on top. Now, so you just take, it's like Cat Hair and Taffy. Shit, they complain about Fred, but look at the rest of them. They all like that. And they all do it with this group. Dobbs has his own fucking reasons. And also other things that I mentioned. I mean, still, just whatever. Alright. But, considering this dude and his penchant and love of the internet and study and doing all things, there's a good chance he'd heard Dudley by the... I just, what's weird to me, though, when... Like, I know there was a time here where that weird-ass call from him and his wife, or whatever, come out, right? At least I thought it had just newly come out. No, that shit was before we were even public. That motherfucker in the butt dialed weird phone call with his wife saying God made her horny. And weird shit. And him going and hollering at somebody named Zachariah, which is awful religious sounding to me. That was before this dude, and I'd love to tell you, differently. But this guy from before the time, because see, you all had to wait to see who he was. Right? We didn't. We knew weeks before you all did, and before the property deed changed. For you all to be Googling your web sleuth asses off, okay? So, within an hour or two, obviously, of him leaving me, we were checking out the socials, right? And, this dude was immediately playing games. And they were bizarre. And he's a weirdo. That will always stick to. And no matter what the answers are in the end, that dude's a whole freak show. Anyway. So we're gonna carry him. So we had weeks of watching him play this fucking stupid shit. Weird shit. And he was doing it instantly. Instantly. And especially after, I mean, like, oh boy. I don't even know. Like, you hear him at certain points go, I think they were trying to set me up for whatever. Dude, this guy tried to make himself look guilty as shit and weird as fuck, and it was bizarre. It was bizarre. Still is.
On his mind, which reminded me of Dudley's statement.
He was the one that was sitting on a damn toilet the day that he fired me, staring at his phone like he lost something in his life. You see what I'm saying? Yeah.
Now see those moments for me though. Those things that Dudley said and Dobbs made up or either saying, yeah, I don't know. The thing is, despite Dobbs, you minus that entirely out of the equation. Alright? Just Dudley's point. Since I heard Dudley say that, I've always thought it had something to do, possibly with the timing that Dobbs actually pulled into Ben Hill. Which wasn't no goddamn 4 o'clock. Found it rather strange that around the same time Dobbs had been pulling into Ben Hill, Dudley's catching Dawn having some weird fucking look, staring at his phone, and then suddenly, apparently, Dawn hauls ass into Beach Creek and Ben Hill right? Well before normal times, so it's just like, you know? So there's something weird with that. But then, you know, if you're me, you can also go, but that tongue slip and biting of the tongue, but that, I think I figured that the fuck out. Anyway, carrying on.
Yeah. That was on Monday. That's when I got fired. You know, I was like, what the fuck's wrong with you? You look like you lost your best friend. You know what I mean? All this. And Don's demeanor, when I met him, he seemed like he had something on his mind.
Now, they have a portion of my vid up. From either over here or Facebook. This is done in, I don't know. It's whenever the fuck that interview actually come out. Either way, my face when he says that is like, what the fuck? So they're playing my reaction to this.
Yeah. But we talked a short while. What's your malicious statement? Such fucking liar.
Many of Dobbs' statements concerns Jody Sue. She reacted.
And apparently they understand me about as well as I do them, because she interpreted it as and put it up on the screen, and the wording is what a malicious dude, a fucking liar, but it actually said I wish this dude wasn't such a fucking liar, and I could believe him. But they put it up on the screen and typed it in and said, what a malicious dude, what a fucking liar, and that's not what I said. Even I can hear that that's not what I said. But hey, if they put it up words on a screen, ugh.
To the conversation and calls him a liar pretty much throughout the entire video. In May 2021, the month before
Yeah, we're calling him a liar on most of whatever the fuck he said, because, well, he was a fucking liar, and he still motherfucking is a fucking liar. And he's a fucking freak bag. Okay? That's why I called him a fucking liar. Because, see, I was fucking there. And all them freak shows are freak showing. All of them. And they're fucking playing with tragedy pimps, and they're all fucking weirdos and monsters, and they all got some serious problems of abusive commonalities and just weird shit. Okay? Like, fuck them all. Fuck their bullshit. Fuck all them. That's how I feel about it still. And always will. Okay? But see, it's the difference. I was fucking there. So are cops. So are others and other witnesses. Dude's a fucking liar. I don't know what the fuck to tell you. Whoop-de fucking dude. Oh my gosh, call him a fucking liar. Because he is a fucking liar. And this is a guy that's put out his wife following him around talking about God made her horny, and shows up buying property, and he's already part of YouTube and the Save the Babies world and weird shit and acting weird, and then he goes on later on to be all heavy, fake breathing, going, murderer, murderer, and lying his ass off, and then talking about, like, naming some dog Green Eyes or something. I mean, this dude's whole fucking show. Alright. Yes. But I'm just the Wicked Witch.
thing went down, Jody Sue went live on Facebook and expressed her feelings regarding an offer she had made that wasn't accepted by the seller.
$7,000 to try to build a $500,000 house on that piece that I hope falls off the goddamn bank. I hope her greedies or anybody else, had she taken my offer, which was stupid enough to move into fucking Beach Creek in somebody else's fucking yard, because they know they can die. So,
oh my gosh, it makes me sound so suspicious. So, just, oh my god, I was, oh gosh. You have to have full context for all that. Some of it anyway. But those words, you know, so you can fucking, you really can die in places like that for stupid shit. This piece of property and the history about it and things like that. And I'm not talking about when, I need to separate those two things. Alright? There's a reason this shit was sold the way it was. And as secretly as it was, and it wasn't because of where it was or who was with her. I mean, well, fuck, maybe it was considering names and such, but in the history between, you know, it's fine, whatever. Fuck that part right now. But anywhere in there, you go buy a piece of shit that is essentially worthless as fuck, fraudulently sold, like not real estate puffery, not normal bounds, but straight fraud. Okay? As is sight unseen, whatever. And you do it to where essentially you're selling a piece that wasn't meant to be anyway, right in somebody's goddamn yard. Because that's exactly what the fuck that is. Even though they make it seem like it's some way off piece where this piece was essentially in a yard. And you build on it, you see right into the windows, namely of all of our children, right? Which was one of the things said that day. And that bothers me still to this day. But I didn't just say that to Dobbs either, okay? But the thing is, you would be looking at 3 neighbors' children's bedrooms. Basically. And be staring right into all of them. That was not just like, what the fuck for the yard of the one you're moving into, but the whole fucking neighborhood you could then see into directly, in the worst way, into all their children's bedrooms. It's fucked up, bro. And that shows lack of courtesy, all kinds of shit, right? But then the grading on that land, this and the other, blah blah blah, the erosion rate on it, the financial responsibility you would have with the continual upkeep to make sure that, I mean, you're on a piece that the erosion rate is so high and the grading on it so high that once you dug the first shovelful out, you're going to start making 125 come off the fucking bank. It is then your financial responsibility for life to make sure that 125 does not slide off and all this other shit, right? Oh, that's going to cost you some bucks. Because every rain, it's going to take a little bit, and then you're going to be responsible for financial compensation. I mean, it's bad. And eventually, because of that grading and everything else on the piece right there in basically 125's yard you're buying, because I've seen parts of that bank slide off already, and like work trucks come through, log trucks, shit, and like that motherfucker just slope out, right? And they come through trying to widen the road after they changed it from rural route to actual address. Bro. And it has. It's taken a whole ton of... Eventually, what you're looking at is you're going to buy that for anything you build on it to cost you a goddamn fortune for the remainder of your days on Earth. But also, eventually, it would erode at such a rate that you're looking at whatever you build on it's going to go with it. You know what I mean? True story. Look at the erosion rates. I've got all the mapping, all the things. It is so high on that piece, it's not even... They barely allowed, like, goats or anything else to put on. The erosion rate is astronomical there at 125. Okay? You're on the downward slope of it, and where Dobbs was placed would have been looking in blue roofs, kids' bedrooms, their bedrooms, Dawn and Candace's, and my children's bedrooms. Okay? And that's like, holy shit. But, and the way it was advertised, you ever look at it? Oh, rolling hills, and it has cable access and sewer and all this, and it's on, on the wrong power source. Also had it listed as 125, right? Which is why we had so many problems and shit. But anyway, total fraudulent shit. Only like 2 or 3 of those photos taken out of the almost 50 picture set were actually Dobbs' property. And they made it blend where you couldn't see the road in the middle, and made ours and Candace and Dawn's look like it was one patch, and that was what was for sale. All that. Yeah, buddy. See, we all had freak shows showing up on 110 and 125 because of all that shit. For weeks. right? Months. But didn't realize it. We thought it was all other things until the last, like, day. And we called Cecilia, and we were like, what the fuck? And, I got recordings of all that. Anyway, and there's this weird-ass evaluation for the property, and it goes sky high. And that's even for the county-wide assessment. And it didn't bring up other pieces worth far more. And it was just weird. It seems like every piece those people sold did that. Especially after those two property assessors died back to back down there at Hawkins. Anyway. So, you're essentially looking at whatever you built there. It's going to slide off. It's going to come off. There's also not enough room. And there's less than 100 feet to actually build on by the time it's said and done, as I recall measuring. And you do field bedding, plus you're looking at repairing corridors. They're not going to allow certain things that close to it, even though you have that whole thing in Hawkins where it makes you think you're in the Wild West. You can just build whatever. You cannot actually do that if gradients are certain percentages, which this is. You don't have, I can do whatever I want on it, right? You also can't tap certain well systems or water systems because they're already grandfathered and somebody else has already tapped into those wells. So you just, anyway, it's the whole thing. And despite how these blackmail stolen videos, Squall, took and then let out to the public as all their efforts, and blah, blah. Look, that's just me running my mouth, but it is what it is. It's truth to it, but it's just me. And, the way this was all done, the silence around it, the dirtiness around some of it, despite the narratives and shit they want to put with those clips they take out of the stolen vids by Squall that were placed online, that she did so to blackness, so they can make people look certain ways, all sort of shit, right? These things, despite all of them, my only intention was to compile all the things, like I just told you and otherwise, and, to help whoever showed up, because there's only one way out of, sight unseen and as is sales like that. And that's to prove they're fraudulent. And this was that. Okay? And I had all the materials to show that, in this thing there. And, you only have so many hours, such, to do that. So we had everything ready to go, show the people, to give them, including survey maps from the fucking, all the things, okay, the gradients, all the knowledge they needed to immediately take it to a lawyer and be like, fuck this shit, right? And it was not me when we went down the hill, and look, they give you whatever narrative they want to on that shit, and Dobbs sure does here. And a lie, which concerns me. And this many years later, hearing it again, it definitely has me thinking about something a different way. But, Andy and I we started down the hill, and I really thought I was tripping. I was like, is there a fucking car, parked where my fucking lights are? And I didn't say anything. I was like, oh my god. I was like, I'm dripping. And I waited for his reaction, and he wasn't really in it, but I think he was seeing it. He had to be. And then the closer we get, I'm like, yeah, there's a goddamn car or truck just right in our what the fuck? You know, he slams this motherfucker, and pulls the brake, right? Leaves his door open. He's on Dobbs like fly zone shit. I mean, loses his shit. I didn't even expect this. I was like, oh my god, what the fuck, right? One of the few times that this guy'd ever even gotten so much as a higher tone with another male. Then it occurred to me later because he was old, most likely. Vulnerable, right? Yeah, pussies are. So anyway, he's losing his shit. I'm trying to calm him down because this is going sideways. You know what I mean? That is not going to make someone conducive to listening. And so for Dobbs to have ever gotten online and sworn that I was doing anything to that motherfucker or raising hell on him or anything, he's full of shit. Okay? It's fucking lie. I made Andy stop. I was like, holy shit. I know Eldest coming out because I guess they probably thought Monster was beating the shit out of me in the driveway again, like always. At those times, you know, just where it was, man. So anyway, we've just been through a few days forward. Monster obviously beating the shit out of me pretty badly in the driveway, and the kids coming in to make sure I was alright, you know, and I was still wearing bruises that the day summer vanished and trying to hide them from law enforcement, feds, and everybody else. That's how bad it was. And, I mean, they were still pretty yellow, especially on my chest and shit. So anyway, and I send Eldest back up, and Monster goes back up at a certain point, I believe, and gets the, packets and the framed thing that I paid for to frame that they've all got now. Lazy bastards. So anyway, it was all brought down to Dobbs. Whatever. Dobbs didn't want no part of it. I think he knew after I tried to explain it. I told him I'd take him walking the lines, let him see this. He didn't want any part of that shit. He just wanted to believe whatever he kept telling me that, well, I got the GIS right here. He had one slip of paper. He had the GIS and he had another piece of paper that had a printout of this cabin he wanted to buy and put on it. In one of the folders. I got my GIS right. You cannot go by GIS. They tell you even on the websites that's for property tax only. That is not in place of a survey map or a survey. Bro, they are not the same, not even remotely, and even the government websites and property assessors' offices will tell you you do not go by GIS. They are for tax and whatever purposes only. They are not to be used in place for survey. You have to be an idiot to use those in place for survey or deed. And Dobbs, if they'd even given him a copy of the survey, because I know Cecilia and him had the same survey. We did. And I know they had deeds, and I know this because she called other neighbors, but not any of us, somebody else, and talking about the property beforehand. They also offered it. No. Now, they could have easily gotten that, given it to her buying, but I don't guess they wanted to provide that for some reason. Even though it was offered by many others to them. Just in case they didn't have it. Anyway. Yeah. So, yeah, I wonder why. Now, the thing is that Dobbs didn't want to air. Like, he was one of those, if I don't see it, it don't exist. He knew he'd been fucked, right? Turns out more ways than one, because by the end of the night, I realized how I'd been used too, and fucked over, and I thought it was weird that day. I was the one to speak, because I kept waiting on the other one. Not Dobbs, but somebody else there to speak. Because I was never allowed to. And especially not for anything like that, for fuck's sakes. I'm able to do all the work for everybody, but like even speaking though, hell no. So I thought it was rather weird. And that day, I remember during that and vague hints at fucking Lawson, I assume, because they knew that was going to be put into play too. Uh, right? Vague threats to me about it was used to have to be there, right? And boy, didn't those come to fruition. So anyway, I was like, no, here, you go ahead and talk to the cop. And said, no, you go ahead, dear. Yeah. And then later at night, I figured out why that was there. So anyway, moral of the story, we were all on to use. Dobbs got fucked. I got used. Everybody sucked. They still suck. And on top of all that bullshittery, then the motherfucker comes there knowing full and well. I was like, here, take pictures of this and this. Get to a lawyer. Whatever you need. I'll bring this shit to whatever you want to do. Hell no, this dude went down. He didn't want off the property. It's fine. Whatever. And he was never told he had to get off his property. He was told that he could access it however he could find to, but not through that route. And he was more than going to do what the fuck he wanted to do. But when he realized that police were showing up and that it was serious and that Monster and his mom and the property holders were calling and that the police were indeed on their way, he wanted... I mean, this dude immediately was like, I'll sell. You ain't got to worry about me. I'm leaving. That, you talk about red flags and alarms and shit, right? It's like, what the fuck? Yeah, the hell is this guy running from? You know? Where the fuck is he at? And he's over in the fucking woods. What the fuck, bro? So anyway, if you've been there for all the time, and unfortunately I was, for the majority of it. Monster wasn't. He was running up and down, doing all the things, calling his parents and talking to his uncle and doing all the shit. They were calling the police. He would stop back and forth in between those trips, talk to me, let me know what was going on. When Dobbs realized the cops were coming, everything changed instantly. Dobbs was like, you ain't gonna hurt me. You're not gonna have a neighbor. I'm leaving. What the fuck? This is shady shit, right? So he starts packing up everything. But not before Andy's mom. He's like, I'm just leaving. I'll sell it. I'll do whatever. And I'm just gonna go now. She's like, no, I think we're all gonna wait on the police, you know? And he was... And then he stayed as far away as he could, stayed over his vehicle. It was... Look, at a certain point, like, he had told Monster and I about, like, him and his veteran status and all that shit, right? Now, people that pull that card, okay, I don't really like people that do that. They're the type, like, when a cop pulls them over, like, oh, I'm a veteran. Which is hint wink for, can I get out of some shit? Or the first thing upon meeting another human, to me, it's almost like that when people introduce themselves and are like, hi, I'm a Christian. You get what I'm saying? You get it? Yep, some shit. I'm like... Now, old timers and certain more is a little different. Okay? Others use it, though, for different reasons. Some, you know... I don't know. It just is what it is. He tells us to Monster and I, but I know the dates don't fit with what he's telling me. Hey, come across the first broad with a really big, huge, gigantic love for wars and docs and war history. It's something they don't normally expect, and then they can do math in their head real quick and go, that don't fucking add up worth of shit. That's the wrong war, that's the wrong thing. The fuck did you just say to me? No, bro. But I didn't say anything, let it go. But anybody who's gonna do that, right? Like, say it to Iron Monster. When the cops showed up, that should have been the first thing he did. Hi, my name's Dobbs. I'm a fucking veteran of whatever. He should have tried to use it in that instance too, right? As a way of commanding respect, getting a little bit more leeway. He didn't do that. Dude didn't even usually most cops show up and your immediate thing is like, you need my ID or this thing. I mean, you're making contact with the police, right? Bro, he tried not to speak to this cop in as little as possible. Okay? And he tried to tell him that, the cop was standing right there looking at this giant survey that's framed and all these other things and the deeds and all this stuff. And, and there were others besides just the cop there. Right? So, and I was like, I got my GIS. And the cop was like, everybody knows you can't use that. That's not your actual fucking property. That's fucking idiot, Anyway. So. This drags on for quite a bit. This wasn't a quick in and out type call. Everything's pretty calm. All of a sudden, Dobbs turns in. Now, I don't know. I have to go back in this, okay? Because what happened in between is that Dobbs was being a dick, okay? And he said he was leaving, right? When we mentioned the cops being called, this and that. Monster went to his uncle's and realized that somebody had already come into contact with Dobbs before he and I did and talked to Dobbs. And Dobbs had been such an asshole to them, it had upset them greatly. And if you know this person, you know they're very sweet and kind and not confrontational. Do not like confrontation in the least. They were nice to Dobbs, told him he was not in the right spot. And there are many things around that I'm going to leave out because this realm doesn't need them. Because there's some weird shit on the roadways and otherwise at the time. And well before Monster and I realized Dobbs is fucking in there. So, and because of the wooden brush crews cutting out early that day, we also didn't realize that the chainsaw Dobbs was not the chainsaw of the brush and woodcutters. So that's how we didn't figure it out as soon as we just assumed it was. Yeah. That's why. So anyway. In between Monster running around doing all the things and leaving me there with Dobbs. Dobbs was really fucking weird with me. Like, I've said it before in early videos, that he treated me like it was a biblical goddamn marriage. And like, I'd speak if I was fucking spoken to and give a response, but if I asked a question or said anything, he was... Right? And I'd have to ask 2 or 3 times, and he might give me some clipped response. But by God, if he spoke to me, he wanted me to speak right then, like I was a goddamn trained dog or something. It was insane. I was like, oh, this guy's a problem with women. Oh, he reeks of it, right? Oh, yeah, I see what's happening here, motherfucker. But I still didn't have attitude. I stayed calm, tried to say as little to him as possible, tried to still be nice. I answered an abundance of his questions, even though it irritated the hell out of me to be treated like I was some fucking trained dog. Anyway, he said when he realized that Monster was calling the police, whatever, or, all this shit was going down, He told us he was going to sell all this other crap. And then the next thing you know, we're going to back the car out. And Dobbs sits down on the back of his vehicle. And like it would have been his left, but I was staring at him from the right. And he bends down on it, has his ass sitting on the bumper, and his arms kind of on his knees and shit, right? And he's kind of looking down, and then he starts this heavy theatric breathing, a little worse than his heavy theatric breathing over on the video. And he can't control it, and he does play it out. Okay? So I think this guy's having a medical situation. Alright? I'm like, whoa, Andy, what the fuck? Dobbs is going, and I'm like, dude, I was like, are you okay, man? And I was like, okay, you said you were leaving and backing out. Are you, like, fucking going? Because you gotta come out there at least, you know? And he was like, no, I don't believe I will. And then it gets even worse. And he's like, and it was fucking bizarre. I was like, oh goddamn. And I've only seen a couple men in my lifetime do this shit. And I have seen at least a couple, which is something. But it's usually, you know, the types that are like man babies, never grew up, used to either get in their way, whatever, but definitely a trait of abusiveness of some variety in males or whatever, right? But it was pretend faux rage and it's over dramatic. It was just like, oh my god, this guy really, they suck this motherfucker. And I was like, well, alright then, if you ain't gonna move, you know? And Andy left me there. He went on to do the police thing. And then Dobbs freaked out. Okay? Then that's when it really began. Okay, I mean it now. Like, I'm leaving. Right? And it was like, my God. You know, and it was that quick when he heard the word cops. I mean, like, and I'm not joking. This dude was freaky from the get. And I'd love to tell you it's just Jody Sue and the mayor says, but I'll tell you even the cops later on after some rest. When they come back on shift, they're like, man, I told the others. I called and told the others about that fucking freak that was here. I was like, well, I'm glad you did, sir. And he was like, I do something. I was like, fuck yeah, he was, man. Because the weirdness got worse. Okay? The weirdness got worse. Oh, did it? So, well, I'm left mostly alone with this asshole, trying to be nice. Okay? Alright? He was treating me like a biblical wife and weird shit and whatever. I know there's something wrong with him. I know he obviously has a problem with him, but he's all, you know, I know that if he wants to do anything funky, then I'm good, because, you know? No. So I'm safe. I know I'm safe, right? I was not worried about my capabilities. But I know there's something wrong with this dude. And I'm like, I'm still trying to be nice, trying to get him to take pictures of things, trying to get him to understand that he has a way out of this shit. That he was fucked about like everybody else was. This wasn't cool on anybody's part to do what was done. I mean, it was just some of the weirdest interactions. Yeah. So, MIL monster shows up. Weird shit goes down. Still, even she can tell something's wrong with this motherfucker, which tells you something, right? I guess one can identify the other. And weirdly enough, the one with her has those baby-fied rage temper tantrums, sort of like that too. So. They're pretty easy to identify. So anyway, I'm allowed to speak, which is weird. Okay. About as weird as me being told I could finally add on, build on, renovate, put wiring in, do the flooring, the bougie, all the things. Yeah. Mm-hmm. And then low-key threats about Lawson. Well, yeah, that played out rather splendidly, I guess, for them, huh? So anyway. So, Dubs is all suddenly, I'll sell you and go, but I'm leaving by. And my own monster's like, nah, we're going on police, bro. Which is the blue front end, you see. In my photos that Candace, despite being told not to, apparently gave out to Chasing. And then Chasing just spread about the fucking world like she had the right to. And then when I struck her ass for it, thinking she'd stolen from me, whatever, it took me a few months for this bitch going, well, they've been out here and they've been this year. Yeah, yeah. Because Candace's ass, who was supposed to give them out nowhere, and I have her in writing say, oh, I won't. I guess what she did. I wonder why the parents of a missing child would release those to the fucking public, and those like Chasing Tracy Scott. Knowing damn good and well the feds already had him. Tags, all that shit, After it had already been like, bro, it has a stink to it, don't it? Yeah. And then Chasing all. It's still back there as a pending thing, like she wants me to email to argue. Bitch, those are my fucking photos. They're mine. And Candace was not allowed and said she would not give them out to anyone. I haven't fucking writing, so what y'all put it, anyway. So I release them a certain point, but I do it where they're cropped, where tags are written out, all that, and my shit over, right? And his face and everything marked it. Because I have the ones with his actual face and everything. Anyway, thinking they hadn't been. No. Apparently, as soon as I gave him to Candace, Candace's sorry ass gave him out to the public through Chasing it. What the fuck, bitch? It's about like that. People, can you want to talk to him so we don't get hung? Hang on and fucking spin, bitch. Fucking lying ass motherfuckers from Ben Hill. I'm so sick of all of these motherfuckers. Everything's been such a fucking trip since the 14th, man. I damn cocaine cowboys and Pop-Tart bandits and stupid shit and broke dick shit and Mud and Jello shit and Fred's fucking shit, Marlena's fucking shit, and Family Time dope shit, and sick of everybody's fucking shit. And it made it to where it's like, what the fuck do you do? Like, some of us in and around there, we could, and I know there were more than a few of us, that within a few days had no idea where to turn, what to say, who to trust, who not to. getting vibes off certain places, like we weren't supposed to say certain things, and some of us didn't know whether to say those things ever again, or to whom, or to dare do such, or there were over hints and winks, and then it was so bizarre so quick. It left more than a few. It was just like not knowing what the fuck to do. And I know many still in there. Hell, even out here, it's like, you know. But anyway, so Dobbs. So Dobbs, cops get there, I'm gonna have to speak, that's fucking weird. He starts going on with this story of like, he gets a little bit more comfortable, but total mind change, total personality change from the cop, for sure. But he would stay away from him and wasn't really trying to interact. Now, you'd think somebody that was concerned about the property or figuring things out or being an adult or anything would have been as close to the rest of us and that police officer as possible. Instead, he stayed way over yonder, trying to stay busy, doing nothing, and sort of not being looked at. I mean, like, I was watching this dude, alright? I know the looks of something weird. Honestly. It ain't right. So, then though, when I was, he has to speak to him essentially, there's just this different total personality changing. He's like, oh, well, I think, Lola eventually gets the point. He doesn't say anything about the veteran shit, which I was like, that's odd. Never offers his ID, anything like that. Then starts on about how his wife has stabbed him. And I'm like, the fuck did he just say? By this time, the monster and my own are standing over a little ways. We're having chit-chats. What the fuck did he just say? Cop's like, talking to me. Like, bro, how you gonna be old and your wife's stabbing you? Fuck you do. And for me, I've seen this whole biblical wife behavior from him. And I'm like, oh, called it. Right? Found one. Come on, dude. Fucking wearing bruises from the one in front of me. I see you. Ain't fucking break. See you. Fuck you do. Like I knew it. Nah, right? So I'm chill out, whatever. And just listen. And this dude, and he's like, well, then he at some point there, he also tries the pity party shit with the, well, I'm just a broke animal, blah, blah, my wife kicked me, all these things, and I left, blah, blah, and acts like he's broke. Monster in my hill starts tossing him a little over 100 she has in her pocket or purse time, whatever. Monster not even the guy, but I'm like, don't do that. This dude's like, straight calling her line. And like, she's like, well, though, if he's gonna go to a motel, I mean, I feel bad still, and I can tell he's obviously lying, but, till we can get this figured out. And you're like, put that back in your pocket, homie. Anyway, Dobbs then starts asking everybody for recommendations for a hotel that will take Elvis. And we're like, well, we know a few, we know some that are really cheap. The cop tells him a few, we tell him a few. And that'll check him in at that time of evening it was. Didn't, you know. Anyway, so the thing though is that after this, the cop became aware that Dobbs had cut through my fucking lights. Okay, not only that, but if you realize that Dobbs, after he was told by the other person that came into contact with him before we did, that he was on the wrong piece, and that he moved or acquired his vehicle again, and then rammed it right between those two trespassing signs, that's a total fuck you. Okay, and he was trying to get in there as quick as possible and up in there and make it run whether it was or not. That's a dick move. Okay? That's just asking for shit. But this dude had cut through my goddamn lights. Like, I had fairy lights all up and down the driveway now, and mason jar lights. And this dude had cut through them, bro. So, and took all kinds of shit down. Anyway, so the cop becomes aware. Because I hadn't paid attention. We're like, you know? Anyway, he's like, did you cut through his lights, sir? Did you really? What the fuck? He's like, that's it. Just back on out there. And I remember him saying that. He did to him. I was just like, nah, we're good. He's like, you just back on out there. Okay, just come on out. You know? It was the cops that removed him. Because he done shit wrong. They were looking at the things to compare. See, it's how it works. Nobody could remove him without the property owners, which was not Andy nor I, and the police. They removed him. Okay? I'm sick of the fucking narrative. Jody Sue had and Jody Sue raised hell on him, and they ain't nothing like the fucking truth or common sense or anybody who's ever owned fucking property. It's just not how it works, motherfuckers. Right? I remember the cop he said that about mine. He's like, what the fuck's that? Did you really cut through that? You know what, dude? Just come on. Just back the fuck up out of there. We're done here. Come on. And by this point, though, right before that, Dobbs had told the cop and everybody else in the group that he was just going to sell. He wasn't worried about it. He was just going to sell, do away with it. Now, this is not the first time Dobbs said that, but he said it in front of the cop. Andy asks him, he's like, hey, bro, what's your name and number? How do I get all of you? And Dobbs had already turned a little bit of ways by that point and, like, started this way. And so he whipped his face around. He's like, what do you need that for? The mask slipped. Boldly and in vivid color, okay? The cop, who had been talking to Monster, MIL, and I, swivels his head and is like, the fuck? And he's like, well, he needs it because you just told him you'd sell the fucking property and get all, what the fuck? So then the cop, alarm bells probably got, too much, right? So then the cops, they just come on back out. Just, you know, this thing, you know. So these things happen in these events, you know, whatever. In a sequence. Dobbs, at this point, is hot to go. Right? Not to be confused with that popular song right now. Sorry. We were listening to it like 2 or 3 days ago. So anyway. MIL moves hers. And Dobbs comes back out of his piece so quick and hard he almost ripped the goddamn exhaust off because of the angle and little piece that's eat out right there where the water would run down to, like, if you're walking that road to the right side and then carry on out towards the bigger side of the creek on the right. And Edmund rips his shit off trying to get there and was gone, right? When I tell you that this dude struck all of us wrong, I mean all of us. Not just the fucking mayor or anybody else. This dude was weird, not fucking right. From the get, there's something wrong with him. Just how it is. That's fucking truth. Nobody hurt poor Mr. Weedogs, other than those who fucked him over on land. And that ain't got shit to do with me. Alright? Those who sold some shit all fraudulent like and everything else, and then really just wanted cash under the table, they'd write off and pretend was being taken off for extras on the property. Even Dobbs admitted that it's. So, and they even told us that, the more cash we shuffled under the table, Anyway, so it was all fucked up, right? Anyway, and their family ties, their realtor fights, there's all kinds of shit, okay? It has nothing to do with JSB. Alright, bro? And then I've played, what y'all hear is audio, but is the actual video of Monster on the phone with Dobbs. Lawyers instantly raising hell, all this other shit throughout the days. Monster's also the one that called Dobbs and alerted him that Summer had vanished before even Ellie could get a hold of him. And then I jumped Monster's ass and was like, what the fuck were you thinking? I'm nuts? You fucking idiot. You've alerted this dude to, and he could be the one, he didn't care. Didn't care. Whatever. But, and you've even heard Monster go, yeah, I jumped Dobbs' ass. Says you're right, but the narrative continues that Jody Sue ran him off. Ain't possible. And Jody Sue did fuck him off. So, I hate that so many people have never been around property or sales or know how it works or common sense or law or surveys or any of that shit. That's not my fucking problem. Alright? And oh well to the millions that may have come through here and bought your all's bullshit over the years. But I do indeed hold the videos of Monster and the lawyers and the whole lot, and how concerned that was over the property. Even then, I wasn't in or around him as he did those things. So it couldn't have been JSB forcing Monster to call and be all like, blah, 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 or calling super concerned and wanting to get a hold of Dobbs, even so much that he didn't care that he alerted Dobbs to Summer vanishing before Ellie and Feds could find him. As he was already doing weird fuck shit on his Facebook from the time he left, and as you can see, he's like, oh, I changed the hotel things, and la 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 la. Bro, and this whole narrative that we were hunting him down, right? Bitch, please, we weren't hunting him down, doing anything to this motherfucker or anything else. We just want to make sure he wasn't in the hollows, because he seemed like the fucking type, after his little freak show, to be all squatting somewhere, and weird enough that it was worrisome. We just wanted to make sure that we and our community right there around us were safe, and have, known whereabouts of where the dude was, as far as, if he was around, So we checked the 1 or 2 motels we'd recommended. He wasn't there. We were like, oh, fuck, whatever, But at least we knew by the time we checked hollows and places like that, and then the motels, at least he wasn't close to us. We're like, fuck it. We went on about the evening, did what we had to do, went back home, and they, figured he'd show up the next day, maybe a day or 2 later, it'd be something, Then, but this whole narrative, we're hunting him down to, go hurt him or kill him or something, or beat him up, or it's bullshit. I just wanted eyes to know that he was not in our radius. You feel me? Okay. You see a motherfucker act like that, be weird, not want to have contact with police, treat you like a biblical wife, do weird fuck shit, have these weird rage tantrum fits that are just bizarre and not like a normal anger response to something, but like this over-exaggerated, just weird shit. They lying to you, they being weird, they got problems with females, talking about their wives are stabbing them at this age, and then obviously being a con liar and all sort of shit. You kind of want to know where that's at in and around your community that you care about, right? Okay. Kind of do. Any of y'all have any of that shit happen at your doorstep? Y'all be looking at the cul-de-sac all night with the door ring bell shit's going. You'd be like, please, can you put extra drive-bys on my house tonight? There was just this weird fella here. Don't tell me you wouldn't. don't fucking try to uncul-de-sac yourselves, okay?
Somebody needs to maybe whisper that.
And see, it's just shit right here. It's like somebody used to maybe whisper that for the first time in the history of Beach Creek. Literally, because you didn't come to Beach Creek unless you belonged to Beach Creek, lived in Beach Creek, or were invited in by someone. Otherwise, you best keep driving along. That's the way it's been my whole life and long before I was ever in there. Alright? The out-of-staters coming in, and I don't care how many from there get on lives yelling like, oh no, we enjoy it. We love people moving in here and shit. They lying to you, sweeties. They lying to you. Just like when they're like, oh, we like the YouTubers. I've seen neighbors and others in that community be all on the YouTubes with you or talk to you and y'all show messages. I'm like, see, we like the YouTubers. Knowing I got the other message and the real shit, and we're all playing Go Fish with all y'all's real shit. Figure out who the fuck you are and what the fuck you think you're doing in all of our fucking lives and doxing us and fucking vids and acting like we're all stupid hillbillies and don't know what the fuck. Yeah, two can play a game. Or a whole community. And it still ain't for the out-of-staters and out-of-towners and the land sales and all that shit. Y'all go right on ahead, though. Anyway, people are tired of fucking out-of-staters, out-of-towners thinking they're gonna move fucking there and do this bullshit. It's a true story. And around here, for some reason, you get these weird, especially the past 10, 15 years of political shit, and especially the last 10, they're moving from weird fucking places. New York, California, more whatever. They're like, freedom, right? And then they want to come here and be dumb. And then what you get essentially some motherfucker being like, I moved from the big city to get away from me and told what to fucking do. And I want my freedom. And them libs telling us what we gonna do and how we gonna live. And then they come here and they want to be like, why ain't your yard cut? And what's this car doing? It ain't running. And why is this, that? And oh my God, your dog's, holy shit, there's a cow at night. And I'm calling the fucking city planners. Yeah. That's kind of what they do. And it's annoying and terrible. I'm like, okay, so let me get this straight. You moved here away from HOAs and bullshit to enact your own and go measure people's lawn with a fucking ruler. Alright, how about you just go back to wherever the fuck it is? And that's kind of the sentiment of most and everywhere else that people want to move and flock to, falsely inflating everything and doing all things and being fucksticks, pretending they hate measuring yards and then come here and try to do it to all of us. Yeah, it's pretty fucked up. Anyway, and so, yeah, I'm not sure which video clip they took us out of, but it was damn sure narrative based, out of context, and without being one of us living around here long enough to know what we know about the area, people, how we all feel collectively, the nuances, but boy, it'll make a Karen feel if you take it out of context and place it on screen. Oh God, they're web sleuthing. They're on it. Oh my God! Hey, fucking break. Shit's always got on my nerves. It's like being Karen to death.
But for the first time in history of Beach Creek, people are tired about.
That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna call my doctors, my team of doctors, and be like, look, I think all my conditions at this point are just they're worsening, and I'm like mostly dead. Can we just combine them and call them a new thing when they happen? And we'll just part of the shit that's happened that's worse than them, like heart attacks and shit. Can we just add a new condition. It'll be called diabicarionitis. I'm gonna do it. See if they'll name a fucking disease after you people.
Out of fucking staters and out of towners thinking they're gonna move the fuck in there and do this bullshit. I've never seen anybody move on top of anybody else that wasn't family inside of the country like this, but here we are. But the point is,
Notice I didn't put, well, you can't, but I'm not a creator, so I don't do clippy clips up here. But they left those words out, but by God, the next ones they put in print, right? The time y'all take to be assholes, creators, is astounding. You just clip from this, you take out of context that, you get the wording wrong, you put up a picture of one of us from somewhere, you know, you make a 10-15 minute fucking video, makes us look some way, drives a narrative out, and ain't none of it figuring out. We're over here like, fuck is the point in this? Exactly, other than just terrorize, eat us, destroy us, carrying us to death. I don't know what the fuck y'all doing. But creating, it's like a online version of your cry cuts. Is that it? Y'all like, oh gosh, it's hobby time. Hubby, you go to your man cave. I'm gonna go hobby time on YouTube and ruin people's lives with my caring. See if I can give them a heart attack this week, or destroy their families, or their communities, or forever change their lives, or what's believed about them in the world. You know, I need that cry cut paper, whatever the fuck it is, this month. It'll save us like $5 plus some couponing. Is that it? That's it, isn't it? Hobby time. Can I get a little blood on my cry cut? You motherfuckers be motherfuckering too much. Dear sirs out there, I'm gonna need you to buy some of your wives some bitch barns and new cry cuts and indefinite supplies, so they'll stay the entire fuck off YouTube and stop terrorizing people with their hobbies and destroying real people, real cases in real lives, thinking they're goddamn detectives when they're not at the water cooler and having a salad for lunch. Okay, please buy your bitch a bitch barn. You know, do it.
yeah, it's just, people would have made.
Or hold a conversation with them. Keep them entertained. Something. Karens and cows.
Or had they just taken our fucking shit? And none of this would be happening and people wouldn't be in danger. And I really don't give a damn.
Now it's going back to June 14th. I
We talked a short while, maybe 2 minutes, and he's gone, and he alerted his acquaintances. Nobody alerted anything.
Now, Dobbs there is telling Don B that they talked for maybe 2 minutes, I guess him and Don, and then he went and alerted his acquaintances. Now, you don't hear Dobbs say Jody, Sue, and Andy, but this person decided to put our names in the brackets anyway there. And it's weird. Dobbs didn't say it, but she puts it in the bracket. It's fine. Whatever. So there's my face again from my live and my reaction to it. I was like, nobody alerted anything. Monster and I woke up from that because he came home early today, and that was the plan. And ... the tree cutters, and then in brackets, cut out early. And I'll let you listen. Well,
Monster and I woke up from that because he came home early today,
and it wasn't that. You dumb bitch. It was nap. God damn. Should have got an angel quicker.
Plan and the tree cutter's car and ever. I want a goddamn polygraph and I want the rest of these motherfuckers to go fall off cliffs somewhere. Shut the whole fuck up.
Yeah, that sentiment for me still stands. Any day of the week. Any day of the goddamn week. I would gladly sit down beside of the rest of the motherfuckers from Ben Hill or otherwise. Take a goddamn polygraph. See who can ride that fucking pony better. I'd sit there and answer every goddamn question known to man for eternity. And I'll bet the rest be like, lawyer, I can't take it a fucking nap. I don't remember. I forget. Oh, the car was on the road on the 15th. You know, I can't tell no lies. I can't give you the base questions. Fuck, break out the water boards. Goddamn, I don't give a shit. Any day. Any goddamn day. Sheriff included. Fucking asshole. Fucking assholes, man. So anyway, it's always been the case. Whatever, though, right? So anyway. Oh, and see, this is me holding up at a certain point. The picture of, Meet Ken. He is a polygraph person, right? One of the ones I was trying to get in touch with. And get one done by. Turns out none of them will do it without FBI approval. So far, not approved. Most of the ones that I picked are worldwide experts. They're the ones that teach calligraphy and this and the other, and they do actively work with the actual FBI still. Yeah. Anyway, FBI will not get approved. So, whatever. Don't ask me. Probably because they're afraid everybody's fuck stick asses around on us. Like, be like, oh, YouTube, I got the results. This is never necessarily my thing. I would just like for the agencies to have it. I know it can't be used in court. But as far as an investigative tool, if the worst ever happened and everything's stalled or anything like that, or my health, and I died, and that was like early in the beginning, I thought I wouldn't even make it a year. So it was important to me. And I thought, well, at least this will be left behind for agencies to have a pathway, right? I did not say he was, look here, green-eyed lone wolf. I never said Monster was selling to the well specifically for it to be given to children and him having knowledge of it in order for them to be touched. Alright? And I never said the scent dogs hit on my feet. You're gonna knock your fuck shit off and get the fuck up out of my room with your fucking bullshit. Go cram it up Chasing's ass, you know. Andy's bestie's asshole who created the worst snares room with Tiffany Marie and the rest of his crew who now, like, jack him off on the idea that all these things were whatever and he can go with them. No, I didn't, Green-Eyed Lone Wolf. I never said. Now, here's the thing, though. Monster did indeed sell at least pot to at least one of those children. You feel me? That's a fact. Fact. Now, he also sold to Candace Dawn, but all I do not know. At the time, I thought one thing. Now, I'm not sure. So there's something else to fucking figure out. However, I know that even that monster would not sell to someone knowing they were going to give it to any child for the purposes of doing anything to them. Okay? Now, for you to come into my goddamn room and keep pumping this bullshit out while Dawn Wells and Candace and Hunter and everybody else, and it's pretty worldwide known fact, and they've admitted to giving their own children drugs, and most likely every child that ever hit that fucking hill that they used as, I don't know, auto babysitters and whatever, and gave them dope in exchange for whatever the fuck they were doing all those years with many children. Don't you put that shit on fucking Monster or I or anybody goddamn else, because we all know Dawn has stood there and told y'all, Dudley stood there and told y'all, Allie and them have stood there and told you all, and there are pictures of them with their own goddamn children using drugs, partaking of them, and admitting to giving them to them, including on the day Summer vanished. So you need to fuck right off into hell with the this and that and the other around Iron Monster, because Iron Monster ain't been nothing but used, in our situation used, to cloud the fucking bullshit and to try to create this fake fucking bubble around there and create the goddamn content, because y'all don't have any. The rest of the team's built to target real witnesses and everything else that the Wells and everybody else won't fucking rid of. And so a couple creators and the money makers back here can keep, pulling it in. Fuck straight off in hell. Go talk to Don Wells about giving shit to his kids, or Candace, or the kids that weren't even theirs. Go talk to all them. Shut the fuck up and get the fuck up out of my room. And it is not because I never said that Monster knowingly did XYZ, knowing that that's what it would be used. Chasing built that fucking house from me using a big boy word. Okay, I'm sorry I referred to pot as a sedative. It is. Dawn even over on Ziggy's was like, yeah, we're taking my kid when we get him back from States right off of those meds to calm him down and put him on pot, to calm him down again. It's a sedative. No shit. It's listed as one too. Depending on which strain and shit. Get a fucking clue. You're gonna get the fuck out of my room is what you're gonna do. Riddle me this, though, Green Eyes. Why are you in my room doing this? Green Eyes, Lone Wolf, Lady RCZ, fucking Heather Lynn, fuck you, fuck off. Because I'll tell you what, you ain't Jacobs or Johnson or whatever the fuck that dimwit's name is. I love that you've been here 15 days as subscribed. Just waiting, right? Group effort. And to try to derail me talking about Dobbs. Why don't you go do this to Dawn or Candace? They were the one that had dozens of fucking children. Up and down through there, out there, there's proof here from an abundance of them and their parents, and including their own statements to say they were giving children drugs, alcohol, including the day Summer vanished. You go hit as hard at them for that. I'll tell you why you don't. I'll tell you why you don't. And it don't take a fucking super genius to figure it out. I didn't say he seen Summer's dead body either. And that you said I said is a fucking lie. Little actually was online. That piece is hidden too, though I've played it. And it was with Penny and them. And she described exactly that. An abuse levied at us by Monster. Her, and Eldest were in the cabin. He was going to. I played the audio to back this shit up too. And all he was doing was, and he was literally like, Dawn and Candace have murdered Summer, and she's out there somewhere, and described it, decomp in graphic detail, and it was just to torment us, because he knew we were already traumatized. So no, when you say, I said it, you're wrong, and B, Littles won't sit it, but they hide that from you, and you want this narrative to be allowed in my room. No, you're not just asking me. You're putting this shit in my room and you're putting it out as statement. In fact, just like you do everywhere else to your little group. Now you go ask Dawn and Candace about all the little girls in the basements over the years, or those before or after you take. You go ask them all the shit. Leave me and Monster the fuck out of it. Go concentrate where the fuck you need to. Quit using everybody else to target and to create content for. And to hide the fucking real monsters. Like you piece of shit. And no, there isn't video of me saying these things, green-eyed lone wolf. Because I did not say that he would. We're not going to do this. I need you to go find a goddamn cliff and take a long walk off a fucking short pier. Your shit's old. The group shit's old. Love that you've been in here for 15 days. Okay? We can see your intentions. I know what the fuck you're up to. If the public doesn't, I hate that they're such nimrods. I hate that you're such a piece of shit that you're in here right now. I hate that you're part of this fucking group. There's not one good thing I wish for you upon this fucking earth. You are a garbage ass human being. And I'm upset, by the way, because I'm sick of you motherfuckers. And I love. Does anybody else notice how we're having a decent conversation? Everything's linear, fact-based, statement-based. And every time that starts to happen, one of these comes in out of the group and does this. I wonder why that is. Why do you think it is? What do you think they're actually doing? Create narratives trying to get immediate responses, clippable shit. But they're doing it to disrupt and to make it chaos and bullshit, and where nothing can ever get centered on. And I got news for you: whether you, the Hive, the Whales, or anyone else likes it, it's gonna get there soon. You really aren't gonna like me soon. And there's no narrative that you can drive that's going to cover it. There's going to be no more hiding behind mud, jello, you all, the fucking investment teams. There's going to be no more distractions and horse shit. And I don't give a fuck if there's anger or not on your side. And I don't give a fuck who you are behind all those cutesy little cobbled together names from Jacob and Johnson and Green Eyes. I'm assuming some sort of Liplock, CZ, Heatherland, Lady R, Trolling, whatever mean wide, right? You picked those for a reason. I'm telling you that I don't care who you are behind that name. There's not a hell hot enough for you. And if you believe in a God, I hope you meet that. Fuck you. Go hide the real predators of children. Some more by attacking witnesses and those telling the fucking truth around real and active and ongoing investigations. Won't you? And I didn't wash my fucking feet off and shit, you dipshit. I'm not even reading the rest of that comment. You're gonna go the fuck to hell in here anyway, though. Feel me? Bye-bye now. Maybe go concentrate on why Candace and Grandis were washing their hands off. That makes no sense on a truck bed. Instead of my goddamn feet. But y'all don't want to concentrate on none of that or talk about it, do you? Weird. Y'all don't want to talk about the soap and water and the weird usage of drinking water to wash off dirty, dirty fucking hands on Grandis' truck bed that would have been real inconvenient on the 15th. Real expensive and real extra considering the sink was just over there. Right? Y'all want to talk about that. Y'all want to make up some bullshit like I washed my feet off. Bro, it was already in the creek. And that don't hide sin. What, did I kidnap a child with just my toes? Yeah, see. I don't know, Jackie. Make one of the creators call in some fucking hoax or something somewhere and see if Ellie or somebody will tell y'all where Grandis is. I know that's a hot topic today. Ain't none of my damn business. And even if it was, and even if I knew, I damn sure wouldn't tell y'all or the world. Because it ain't none of y'all's business either. No shit. It's really not. Imagine that. None of our whereabouts are any of y'all's fucking business. Believe it or not. Not our goddamn genealogy, not our people, not our children, not our community. None of it's any of y'all's goddamn business. No shit. No fucking shit. Y'all act like you're entitled to that shit, though. Oh. Y'all do anything to get it. Anyway, back to dogs. Where was it? I know it's somewhere around these blocks. Before they come here trying to distract and make it look like I was sus. And that it ain't weird that Don B hid that goddamn interview with Jackie Dobbs. Right? You know why? Because this group targeting the fuck out of me and making content millions on mine and my children's names and everybody else's 3 years. And to build shit that hid Candace and Dawn and anybody else that came here, you know, that was a viable anything, was more important to them than finding Summer, the truth, reality. And so they hid things from you all, the public, that didn't fit their narratives, their scripts, their storylines. Made you all feel justified in them doing whatever the fuck they were doing to my children and I and my family and others in real life, and the extremes they went to and are still going to. Even though not a goddamn bit of it makes sense. Common sense and logic should have walked most of y'all through that to a land of the fuck are all these creators saying that don't even make sense, you know? Should have thought, what the fuck are they trying to distract us from? Exactly what Ben Hill and the team are trying to distract you from and always have. Whether guilty or not. Y'all fell for it. Good job eating shit. Paying them millions to do it. Dumbasses.
And about 15 minutes later, here comes Jody and Andy Sue just raising sand. Andy and Jody Sue raising hell on me. I could tell I wasn't too much welcome there.
Oh, and see, there it is. There's the narrative breaker. Andy. Oh my God, Dobbs actually said Andy was raising on him. He said Andy and Jody Sue. That's not true. But, anyway, yeah. It breaks the narrative all these years, doesn't it? Hell, y'all didn't even pay attention to Andy when he said, yeah, I raised hell on Dobbs. No, Jody Sue really didn't. Didn't pay attention to any of the video and calls that I played for you of Monster being the one calling him or alerting him days before and all this other shit. You know, not certain that Ellie and it mean like it was. Right? The narrative's always been that I run Dobbs off. Now, ask yourself why Don Buchanan, the major stalker, insider, blackmailer, all the shit, one of the very few bad enough for Candace and Don to even take to court, hid this fucking interview. Almost seriously, well, it's because they had to have the narrative fit, right? Why don't they ever speak about Monster going, yeah? Or why don't they ever speak, you know, it's always Jody Sue wanted Candace and Don's land. That ain't true. Monster was laughing and like, yeah, we all wanted him to sell. Monster's like, I offered whatever for it. Right? Nobody ever brings it up though, do they? And nobody was mad when they didn't sell. Nothing like it ever happened. Shit ain't even usable. I'm over the bullshit. But this is why Don Buchanan hid this fucking shit. Because it breaks the narrative. It's why no real trace of this can be found online any longer. Because it breaks the goddamn narrative. The false one they fed to you about me for years. The lie they've sold you. On top of the fact that you had to be a dipshit to not understand that police and only property owners can remove someone. Monster and I are none of those. See how it works? But they fed you that shit, ain't they? And they never bring Monster into it. They're just like, Jody Sue ran him off. Poor Dobbs and Jody Sue. But yet Dobbs even says, Andy raised hell on him.
Shut the whole fuck up.
He leaves out the part where the cops and the actual property owners removed him.
And about 15 minutes later, here comes Jody and Andy Sue just raising sand. Andy and Jody Sue are raising hell on me. I could tell I wasn't too much welcome there.
Huh.
Although on the land, I was trespassing on my own land.
Yeah.
But
So they had an argument, the cops were called, and Dobbs ended up leaving to stay at the motel for the night. He also speaks about how Andy and Jody Sue went looking for him that night. I know Jody Sue has addressed this prior, and to my understanding she claimed that they were searching for him because he gave them bad vibes and they wanted to know where he was to feel safe for the night. But Dobbs has another theory.
they were on the evening of the 14th. They're saying that they were looking for me.
Why were they looking?
Which he had to gather from online, right? Because he wouldn't have known.
I was vowing legal action against Bernard, I think.
I mean,
Yeah.
He never once threatened legal action against anyone, nor did his lawyer. I've got his lawyer on recording. Anyway.
I've got other theories too. I'm thinking something may have happened to the little girl.
And when he left there, he was like, I'm selling on law, you ain't gonna worry about me. I mean, you know, so there was no legal, there was nothing like that. So lying, bro, lying. And even the cop can be like, yeah, lying.
Before the 15th, and maybe they
He has theories, but yeah.
Happens to the little girl.
And then his theory is that he's thinking even like something could have happened to Summer before the 15th. Then maybe they, right? No, no. Like, this dipshit true crime junkie who just happened to show up on the 14th trying to buy the property that was super intensely into this type of shit over here, apparently, unbeknownst to us. But all into all the missing little children, you know? Yeah, that ain't strange. Anyway, this dude doesn't believe the FBI, TBI, and all local surrounding agencies when they're like, she vanished on the 15th. Hey, but it sounds good as a way to fucking fuck with people, doesn't it? And to help this group do it. It's weird how that happens every time some of these motherfuckers come into contact with this group. Every time.
Before the 15th, and
He has theories, but yeah, the feds have said they're positive. Someone was found on the 15th.
they were looking to knock me off and plant evidence.
Huh.
And I'm still astounded by that statement. Now, I won't disagree that I think there are more than a couple in there that have been trying to set the fuck up out of motherfuckers since day one, and with the addition of this goddamn group, it only became worse. And this group then puts out shit to the public every day trying to make somebody else look sus and just like the green-eyed whatever in here, man, get right? It's playing on years-long nonsense, the green-eyed lone wolf bullshit. That's all it's been about, dude. They want to talk about, do you know how nonsensical to say somebody washed their feet off in the creek when they were actually walking in the creek? Do you know how stupid that sounds? And then to jump common sense and go, well, what, they only touch somebody with their feet? You have to be a moron. Okay. And then you also have to, I don't know, the amount of leaping over fucking common sense right now is astounding. But these narratives do work on the stupid and gullible. So anyway. Meanwhile, they have y'all not thinking a bit about why Candace and Grandis made sure to mention and put emphasis on washing their dirty little hands off outside with what amounted to expensive bougie water used for drinking and shit, instead of just walking 5-10 feet and washing them off in the sink. Definitely leaves it open for things. But don't pay attention to that. Listen to some dumb shit that don't even make sense. And then also don't be one of us who knows that police checked our shoes, our everything's, that dogs didn't hit in cars, and you know. Yeah, so I don't know what to tell you. Concentrate on all of us instead of the shit that's actually, you know, a little odd. Like, what the fuck are you doing washing your hands off of dirt with soap and water that's expensive on Grandis's tailgate? Put an emphasis on that when the water spigot's just tinted. But I guess if you want soap and the washing of things, or to explain away certain wet spots or soap and water or dirt under nails or anything, you know, don't pay attention to any of that, though. Right? Go with some bullshit narrative lines these motherfuckers tell you. I guess I also carried what, like soap or something on my person? Like, you know. And anyway, that ain't gonna do it, dears. Like, I'm just. Oh. Just. This place. So you ask what those characters, like, Lone Wolf, Green Eyes, whatever their thing, that are so long lived over here terrorizing the fuck out of me, my family, others, under those names, and being the ones to do a great portion of the dirtiest fucking work. In and around Summer's case, to her community, be the most criminal under those names, and around Crystal Sims, Ziggy, PG, and helped acquire and terrorize and torment all of us for years. It's a hell of a 4-part name to come in under and do that today, don't you think? Anyway. Yeah. But y'all pay no attention to the real shit, don't you? And then when somebody is telling you the real shit, make sure you concentrate more on their trolls and don't say a word or speak up when they're obviously doing fuck shit to keep anybody from hearing. Seeing, believing, knowing the fucking truth, the facts, those who witnessed events, and their perspective of those things that day. Without interruption. It's weird, it's almost like they still want to silence and curtail anything like that from happening, isn't it? Ask yourselves why and for whom. You think that's law enforcement directed? Or do you think that's team directed? Tragedy Pimp directed? For what? Why and whom? And weird you don't see that same shit being done to the others that will play with these tragedy pimps, do you? No.
I'm being also. Holy shit.
And it speaks volumes to me that this person wrote on screen the word okay, but spelled it O-K-E-Y.
Hi, Precious. It's time for treats.
This is a post Dubs made way back.
One of the many, is that before or after? Oh, I'm gonna bet it's after y'all knew who he was. When it became publicly available through property. You see all the ones before y'all knew who he was. Oh, they're even freakier, and he changed them all over 5 seconds, shaved his head, did all things. Was playing games with several others he knows actively. Dude's a freak bag. Okay? Adding, deleting posts, changing dates on things. He was playing many fucking games from the time he left Ben Hill that evening. Anyway, the Jackie says, and I may be alive today because AB and company didn't know where I was. Nobody gonna kill, harm, or even make contact with this motherfucker. And had they allowed me to stay, they could knock me off, plant evidence, and all be well. Just my theory. No, sir. No, sir. Now, I can't speak for the rest of fucking Ben Hill that also knew you'd be showing up, or somebody would at some point to claim that land. I can't speak for them. I can't speak as to why Don had a 1,000-yard stare on a toilet and fired Dudley at the same time you pulled into town and come on the property. Definitely not at 4 o'clock, sir. But, yeah. Yeah, because remember, this dude told me that he had bypassed he didn't buy it. He just went ahead. I was like, you didn't stop and get the deed anything from the assessor's office? And he's like, no, I have my GAs. And he come in and he told me the time. It was shortly afternoon and around noon that he came in, past that building, and came on down. It doesn't take but a few minutes from there. So he got in a little after noon, according to him that day. Not 4 o'clock. Call me on it, dude. We can take polygraphs about it. I also know others ran into him before that. So, no, I believe we're going to go with that. But either way, no, I can't speak to the others who, weirdly enough, that day, that's strange. And here's where the Wells deviate from behavior again. They were supposed to be keeping an eye out. I was supposed to keep an eye out for them, weird vehicles, weird shit going on. They knew that if anybody was ever over, that's what gets me on the Dr. Phil thing. Oh, I just thought it was a neighbor in the company. Bro, they know better. So anybody parked anywhere around our shit would have been sus. And throughout the years, it'd be like, hey, there's somebody parked at. And I'd be like, okay. And they knew we were waiting on people to show up to claim that. And we'd asked if they would let us know if they seen anybody or any more of the weird. Because people show up until, like, even after Dobbs had come and gone, people were showing up. They were trying to. After the block and everything, which I assume was probably tragedy event based. But even after the land was said to be sold, they showed up in droves, at it and shit. Because people hope the sales fall through, or the new buyer will want to flip and sell, make just a little bit, all that. So they still show up. Candace and Dawn, wildly enough, who Dawn said that, he ran into Dobbs, didn't know really what to say to him. Dobbs says he ran into him. I never got a message on the 14th from anyone. So there's this guy on the fucking property. And not even from family and shit that ran into Dobbs before, and that Dobbs treated fucking crazy and talked too goddamn crazy. Notice Dobbs leaves that out of his statements, don't he? That he had already cussed and gave down the road to one of our family members. Acted fucking batshit with him. Oh, but he leaves that out of his story, don't he? Wonder why. Wonder why that is. Someone that definitely is not confrontational anyway is highly upset by Dobbs' actions and words towards them. But see, he leaves that out of his story. Others didn't know when they talked to police. That's all I'm saying. Anyway, so this dude had acted already crazy to people, but we never got a warning he was there or even knew until we seen him. And it was like, what the fuck? But either way, so no, all his bullshit's wrong. However, Candace and Dawn should have, even if it had been like any other average day and no property for sale, should have been like, hey, here's a message. There's somebody parked XYZ. Never got a message like that. That was strange. That's odd. It's a deviation of normal behavior. Just like not receiving certain messages and certain shit and certain things are missing on the 15th that are also deviations of behavior for them. Strange, the 14th and 15th. Anyway, so no. But the whole neighborhood, was expecting somebody to show up. They knew the land had been sold just as well as we all did. They were expecting someone to show up. Now, what the rest of the fuck sticks are up to, I can't tell you. And that does include Fred, because Fred feels some type. You think I might feel some type way about property or Monster or his family? Oh, Fred takes the cake. And so, especially when he thinks 125 and the rest belong to him and his and should have been left there. So, yeah. I don't know, man. But, obviously, Lurky in the woods and the rest knew somebody be showing up. Now, what the fuck they were all doing, that's all on them. Alright, if anything at all. But this is some bullshit. Okay? But I can't disagree that there's been set-up-y shit from the beginning. Shit reeks to high heaven, including the fact that some guy is super into missing children and YouTube and following shit places like this just shows up and buys that goddamn. And then at the same time he's rolling in and touches down on property, Don fires Dudley. I find it strange, but that also flows into other things for me. Doesn't mean those two things are connected, but there are other things.
The day that that little girl went missing, were you even up in the Beach Creek area?
No.
Okay.
I always have to go out and walk around every hour or two, so we're walking around the grounds every hour or two that afternoon.
Right.
And
So the next day, he's walking around every hour or two. Every hour or two, they're going and walking around every hour or two. Elves need to walk every hour. This year, man. I don't know. It's time and space, ain't. But I don't think Dobbs is capable of doing anything by himself. However, recently puzzled and fires him. And he says this here in a minute, and this is where I'm like, man, is this a leak? And if it hadn't been for his own stupid fucking words and me thinking, man, is this monster leaking like monsters have a tendency to leak and like all people can leak? What's going on here?
I'm sure that the TBI has all the tapes of that day. I hope they do anyway. On the way home on the 16th, Andy Bernard called me, and he told me he was giving me the TBI's number, so I called the TBI. Before I left.
See, Andy alerted him to Summer vanishing on the 16th before even feds or law enforcement get hold of him. And it did cause an argument between Monster. I was like, the fuck did your dumbass just do? But that's how much more Monster was thinking about property than Summer. But yeah, just be.
Tennessee, I called them, and they didn't say not to leave Tennessee. So, and I didn't have a place to stay in Tennessee, so I went back down to Cleveland.
But yet he had the money to come back on the 19th, 20th, 21st. He had all that, right? And he had money, I believe he made the trip up here a 2-week trip. It's a 4-hour drive, maybe a little less to where he's at from here. He made it into a 2-week thing. And I can't remember if that's coming or going, but he told me he took his time coming up here. When the fuck turns a 4-hour drive into any more? Whatever. But I did watch him on Facebook, Stop the Friends, his weird shit, cook rainy weenies on the stove. It was stupid. Okay. So anyway,
the FBI sent 2 guys to see him since I've been, since that interview in June. They haven't been bothering me. They checked my story out, and
Yeah.
Dobbs also mentions Jody Sear's dog, which makes her believe he's lying.
I was hoping I'd be there and I could turn Elvis loose and let him run off the leash, but I don't know about that place. Jody Sear had that big ass dog up there. Well, I'll tell you.
and this bothers me. It bothers me still. Here's why. Dobbs, in no way, nor could anyone else have ever seen my big-ass dog from the bottom of that driveway. You could not see that dog until you were on top of that fucking hill. Face to face with him. Now, how did Dobbs ever in the world see that dog? Unless, like he had told me, he and a buddy had been there before. Or the buddy had been far away from where he should have been. Riddle me that, Batman. Or is it called studying too much YouTube for tragedy pimps? Which is it? Weirdo who already is in YouTube tragedy pimp world with all this save the missing baby shit before they show up my property. Which is it? How did you know that dog was up there? Because that dog didn't bark either. Riddle me that. I'll wait, because I'll tell you even Ellie and everybody else know I ain't lying about that. The feds also know that to be true, because first night feds walked up there and they're like, ah, God. Right. Yep. No warning, you see. So you tell me how Dobbs knew about that dog. Because I'll tell you what, feds that first night when they showed up and we'd been given, leeway to go get food, finally, at like midnight or left or whatever, it's the Taco Bell video, right? When they showed up, they come face to face with that dog in the dark, and they're like, oh my God, he wasn't a barker, he wasn't going to let you know, he was gonna, you know what I mean? Alright? But, anyway, yeah. Mm-hmm. Everybody who knows the property and knew the dog knows you didn't see a dog unless you were on the very top of the hill. And I mean, so how did Dobbs see that dog or know about that dog? And Buppo and Elwood didn't bother Elvis at all. Elvis was being a cranky old asshole. So there's a little rrr here and there from Elvis's end. I was like, dude, your dog bites some dog, won't have problems. But it was just too old cranky, whatever. But, alright, So, and he says that big ass dog. He's implying the one on top of it. Either way, and remember, this was during that cycle, and it started being like, her dog ate Summer. Despite reason, common sense, and logic telling you all that obviously the poo piles were all still there. Law enforcement had access to all of them. Yada yada yada. That would have definitely left scent, evidence, whole nine. You know what I mean? Oh yeah. And yeah. So no. But this room bought it, and Jenny, Adrian, Jason on helped pump it out. Monster did as well. There's a little team. Yeah, it's horseshit. And anyway, so I started with that real good about the same time as these videos are being made. But yeah, no. So you tell me how Dobbs knew about the dog and ever seen him. And then he was like, I thought I could let Elvis go. And what? If that big ass dog is on top of 125, guess what? Your dog wandering onto my property and up top would be a problem, bro. You just can't be letting your old ass dog wander wherever and not banking on people having big ass dogs that might not take to that well. But Elvis never did. Nobody ever, you know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? Why is this dude like, oh, I thought I'd buy property, I could let Elvis roam and la anywhere he fucking please, cross anybody's shit, but they had a big ass dog up there. Well, how do you know about the big ass dog, bro? YouTube pay you for that? Did it teach you about that? Did you study it? Or were you and your buddy, like you said there before, and your buddy knew about it? Which is it? There's only so many ways. Which means they'd be all kinds of lying if it's, Either way, yep. Real good questions. I hope they were asked.
Hey, let me tell you something. He could have never seen that dog. So, Dobbs, you don't ask. If you ever seen that dog, that means you were further on the property at some point that you claim you were on property. If you ever laid eyes on that fucking dog, that means...
And see, that was one of the curious things about the day when Dobbs was talking to him. One of the very few things he asked or said or anything. I was like, did you even come look at this? And he was like, well, yeah, anybody, and he gave me the guy's name. And then he was like, he swapped almost as quick as Don. It was like, no, a guy, he sent me and then he kind of come and drove by and looked at it, and he, whatever he said in that minute, he knew he fucked up and he was changing in real time. And it made my gut go, and my, like, squinty. It was like, there's a catch. There's something there that he just fucked up and is trying to like, man, if you've been around him long enough, it's like a boom, 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 boom. Like, live with one of these fucking things. Dobbs, Donner, this is baby fight bullshit, You can hear it, you can catch on. There's something there, though, that he wanted to twist real quick, And it was like and everything with him that day was red flag, gut, lied, this is odd, this is strange, picking out moments of, And so people wonder why in the hell we were like. And Andy has even said that he hit our guts all wrong, like, and he did, for many reasons. Does that mean he's guilty of any of this? Fuck no. And I took it for the longest time because we were told he'd been turned upside down and shit until it changed for his pockets. He wouldn't be back, etc. That meant he'd been cleared, whatever. I don't know, but that's the way I took it. Now I take it a different way. Maybe not what that meant. But the thing is that Stu was all red flag, right?
You at the very top. Fly. Oh boy. You were there before, Dobbs.
Dobbs had posted regularly about missing children on his Facebook before June 15th, which is something many have found suspicious. He addressed why he was doing so.
Yeah. Like I say, I was sharing those pictures from that center with good intentions.
Yeah.
The Center for Missing and Exploited Children.
At the end of the interview,
Bro. It's from all the places, including him.
Don B. and Dobbs had a good talk on where the focus needs to be, but Jody Sue was still very upset.
Yeah, I mean, looking back on all that now, you probably had no idea what was coming, did you?
I had no idea. It's the craziest thing that ever happened to me in my life, Don.
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you what, that
I don't know, you'd think your wife stabbing you at your advanced stage would have been pretty goddamn crazy. I'm surprised you and Dawn Wells didn't have more to talk about in common. Are you a monster? I'm surprised you only bro-dogging it out with a Bud Light or something and heavy breathing style together like fucking Rage Monster Lamaze classes to birth some sort of fucking extra demon, honestly. All fuck Jody Sue style, Seriously. The monster's Ben Hill had a baby. Motherfuckers. Alright, carry on.
everybody just needs to settle down. And because we have to stop and think, what would Summer want? That's what we've got to strive to do is if Summer would want us to not.
I tell you, Summer wouldn't like most of you motherfucking YouTubers. This is a fact. You both suck. She wouldn't like shit any of you motherfuckers are doing. That's what Summer, you pieces of shit.
Whether the outcome's going to be good or bad, she would want us to focus on her and not us.
She wouldn't like most of you motherfuckers.
Yeah. That picture of her in the back of the seat of the truck there, that is awful. Kind of.
Shit for
No.
Dobbs, Jody Sue, Andy, and this land dispute may not have anything to do with Summer's disappearance, but I do feel that there seems to be many coincidences happening all at once. We have a piece of land being sold to an outsider, the land dispute on the 14th. Also on the 14th, Dudley gets fired, and Don is acting in a noticeable way, according to both Dobbs and Dudley, all on the 14th. On top of that, we've been told that Don began taking the Subaru to work only a few days prior to the 15th. Then poof, on the 15th, Summer vanishes right in the middle of a CPS investigation. I can't help but to wonder, was this the perfect opportunity for the abductor, supposedly someone known to Summer, to put the blame on someone else? Could it have been part of an intentional build-up of the perfect storm for the perfect crime? Or is it all coincidental?
Oh, but goddamn me to hell for ever using the term perfect storm right here, or trying to describe all the craziness leading up to it in a way that was understandable, you would think, to the public. And they're like, oh, Jody Sue said perfect storm. But you fucksticks can take my words, do whatever, and it's perfectly fine because the creator said it. Doesn't sound sus at all. Huh? As long as they put it in a video, yeah. Anyway, so then y'all have one of those moments where your fucking foot heater is just too much. Alright. That's it. Good Lord, I don't want to watch Barks After Dark or Barks for Dildos or whatever it is. Can't remember if it's her stupid fucking piece that held it or not. Alright, whatever. Go this one and then the other one. Fuck my life.
Brightspeed is giving new customers free fiber internet for 3 months. Save some
ID. Which is strange to me. If you own property up there and you're trying to settle a dispute, property, while the 200 years, so he found something about Summer, some other property owners, and they had a thought was his property, but so for those of y'all who haven't seen the video, us to go to this one specific place because there had that was kind of weird to us, and we wanted to go there while we were down there. It was very important for us to go to this one specific place because there had been some questions about a specific person named JD, and a lot of people feel like he could be a suspect in Summer's disappearance, and we just kind of wanted to shed some light on that. JD was up on the property. He had on another property who...
And then they make you forget that the MIL was outing all of us and my children to help us get hunted down. Then, like, they picked me over in Facebook and Summer Group Incinerate and all this other bullshit. Talking about, yeah, we heard the kids over there yesterday and there's this guy, he came to the property, he's really fucking weird and shit. But we heard the kids up there playing on 1D and everything. But, like, my daughter-in-law, because then I was special enough to be called a daughter-in-law because it made her important. And, my daughter-in-law and her kids, they heard things. Right? Let the hunts begin. Right? Let alone the fact that Candace was all like, hey, being recorded and shit in the background, trying to use shit when it's convenient. I don't know why in the fuck the entire world looks like a scream. And nobody even knows. Like, that's the thing. Since when does a scream mean only that someone could be kidnapped or abducted? And just because I didn't say all the things publicly, everybody assumed that that's what I was saying. Bitch, that wasn't even my first thought that fucking night. And it wasn't my last. Even after Don kicked that fucking pebble in, it's like, no. And then first thing I think, even after that, I was like, that motherfucker's done something. He's fucking got hurt. I had to make him get, I don't know why. Still to this day, I had that thought, but I did. But it's like, I shook it off. Carry on looking for somewhere with others. They want you to conveniently forget about too. And it was like, you know, no, not my first, second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, or even seventh thought went, that scream earlier means she was abducted. Everybody else used that shit. I'd like to run with it. They still do. I don't know what the fucking deal is. And it also doesn't mean there's no explanation for that shit. But they come straight heavy on that shit too, right? They come up with lies to try to dismiss it, discredit it, do whatever. But they can't actually do that. And there's already proof here they outline. Always has been before they feed you out that bullshit. But each and every time they come here and do the things. Anyway. But it's like they forget we've seen and heard other shit that day. And still 609, etc. matters. So I don't know what to tell you assholes at this point.
That belongs to some of the neighbors.
You ever notice they always just make it a singular? Jody Sue, Jody Sue, Jody Sue, even though it was Jody Sue and children, Jody Sue and another witness, and searcher together. Jody Sue and others are together the whole time. They always make it, and Jody Sue and Dobbs, and just Jody Sue. They leave out Monster, they leave out the other witnesses, the others with me searching, they leave out my children, they were witnesses. It's always just leaving me singularly by myself, even though I was not that day. Strange, isn't it? Wonder why that is. Because it's easier to believe if the public believes I was fucking alone, hearing and seeing and searching. Isn't it? Or not realizing that other people seen it and Candace and I come in contact, or, were with me when we're searching and all the things. And we're obviously present on other places and know that I wasn't coming and going from nowhere. So, yeah. But it's easier to believe if they always make sure to make you all think just Jody Sue was, just Jody Sue was, just Jody Sue heard, just Jody Sue was searching, just Jody Sue, Jody Sue, Jody Sue, Jody Sue, right? But they've been feeding you bullshit all along. And I ain't here to cleanse my ass, right, for public opinion, because I give a fuck less, currently, what the world thinks. It's secondary to the truth and answers. Alright? Do I like it? No. Has it created danger, harm, destruction to my community, my family, my children, myself? Still does? Yes. Will I take care of it? Absolutely. But there are things that measure just a bit higher than that. So. But anyway, so this helpful idiot, who I call Uncommon Sense, and have for eons, has put up the messages from the Monster MIL, right? Because they want you to forget that too. But Jody Sue ran right to the media and blah, blah, blah. Even though we actually didn't. We were some of the last to ever come public. And, yeah. Yep. But, whatever I want to feed y'all. They want you to forget that this shit exists here. And then, this helpful post by the MIL also got a bunch of the other fucking neighbors, community members, and witnesses doxxed and hunted. But, honestly, who the fuck could have foreseen that they'd have Facebook and YouTube groups operating together and sleuthing? Who the fuck plans on being hunted down like goddamn animals and acquired? Sold off like toe tag shit and price amounts put on all of us. Right? Normal people, you don't expect this shit, right? So how in the hell you think you're just having a conversation? So, whatever. Oh, and especially how those like Squall and others ran these Summer Wells groups just like they did the Sebastian groups. And how they use them in conjunction with one another. They know family and witnesses and members of the community will flock to them first. It'll be the first things looked up in algorithms. And then they use them to manipulate and draw in, and they can see who's watching and interacting with and all this other shit, and answering the entry questions of, and they use those groups to mind fuck, manipulate, make people think it's their own choice to go cruise shit, but they know they're watching and which groups they're in, and they trigger them, manipulate them emotionally, mentally, and then they're drawn over to certain creators, and it's usually the same ones, like crime stories and shit, just like it was on Summers, it was on Sebastian's, same playbook, right? And, they really think they're cute little module takers, okay? But it's the same playbook, time after time.
And while Mr. JD was up on the property, he had a altercation with some other property owners, and they had a discrepancy. Places that we visited in Hawkins County, this place gave me bad vibes. This place sketched me out. I didn't want to go times I'd seen. Also,
we always gotta add that pilgrimage in there when we went. Here are photos of the same place 900 times. You've not seen it before, it's new.
I didn't want to go inside there. And you'll see in our future videos, we went inside some places. And we asked around. But not here. I didn't feel it was the place to do that.
Yeah, some pictures and some video clips, and
we looked at the whole
he had actually posted a picture of Elvis at Ben Hill on.
So we get to the dog Elvis alibi.
So JD has this dog named Elvis. After everything started coming out about some description on the picture, and changed it to late in the afternoon. So this was him basically. Well, he then later.
Now see, these people over here did note how Dobbs was changing the pictures, dates, times around from June 15th to this date instead, to this time instead. He was playing games with the world, trying to make himself look fucking weird, and I'm telling you, that began on the 14th. And it was exacerbated from 15th forward, and when Monster got there. Oh boy, was it.
Changed that, at least the description on the picture, and changed it to timestamp June 15th at Roadway Inn near Churchill, Tennessee, late in the afternoon. So this was him basically trying to establish an alibi for where he was on the evening that.
The weird part is, he was literally doing this fuck shit on the 14th. Changing dates and times and shit on posts and erasing things and reposting. This shit began. But they want to make you forget that. This poor little Mr. Old Dobbs. He's not a freak show at all. And God makes his wife horny, and they just happens to be a butt dial to a creator they're in touch with and put out online.
Summer went missing. So I guess people had started kind of talking about.
Oh, and his son was just rolling around in Michelle Walks for months, even before we were public. Yeah. Let's not forget that. Old Joe there.
Well, he said that this picture was taken in 2016. Why is he saying now that this was at the Roadway Inn in Churchill on June 15th, 2021. So he then went in and he edited what he had wrote and put, "My buddy Elvis took up with us February 2016. So he's basically stating there that what he meant by "My buddy Elvis 2016 was that they had actually gotten the dog in 2016. We have found some discrepancies on that as well. It looks like there is an old picture from a trail camera that has a dog that looks pretty much exactly like Elvis that was dated for February.
Now, you remember they tried to use this series of pictures Dobbs posted to say that that was on Ben Hill and that was Dobbs walking with Elvis. It was not on Ben Hill. And they tried to say it was my trail cams. No shit. They tried to say this was our trail cams and cameras that had Dobbs on, etc. To create a narrative that all this other bullshit. But they were actually Dobbs photos of him somewhere fucking else and not Ben Hill. Unless he's like the motherfucker that was motherfuckering, you know, with everybody's trail cams and I don't see it, so, you know. And the roads don't look like the grading, you know, all that shit. And the seasons, obviously, whatever. Now, I do think there's potential for some things he posted to have been, but he maybe was there, but wasn't for sale then. So, I don't know. I've never really gone through and looked at all of them closely.
7th, 2012. And so that would mean, if that's true, that he had actually had Elvis since 2012, and this whole thing about getting Elvis in 2016 is a lie.
Right, okay, and so we're going to show you the picture we took right here.
But, like, this dude was doing that constantly. Like, are you trying to make yourself look so spread? What the fuck's your problem? You know? I don't know. Anyway. And you're looking at a dude that had maps and weird, like, strings and camera shit behind him. Like, it was weird. Like, and pictures of him at places he was. Like, it was straight woo-woo Wayfair QAnon Pizzagate type behavior, you know? Save the babies. They're all being cultified and eaten with a good red wine and some fava beans. I don't know. Fucking weirdos out here in the world, man. Y'all just think babies are fucking disappearing left and right every 4 seconds, according to Faux News, and it's all sex trafficking and organ harvesting and adrenochrome, and Epstein's got him on an island, and y'all fucking wild. And y'all think sex trafficking only means one thing. It's a bizarre world out here. What the fuck was that stupid shit? I could have sworn that was a Barks piece. Was that her doing it under the dumb mutts? What the fuck that was? Alright, let me see if this is fucking it. I don't even know what the fuck.
You're watching Twitch. It's the finals, and the play of the game is coming. They make the move, the crowd goes wild, but you missed it because of an ad. Here's how to make sure that never happens again.
But to really get a feel from an outsider looking in what it's like encountering those people. And it backs up a lot of what I've been saying over the last few months, that those family ties in that area are incredibly strong. So if maybe an example of what could have happened in Summer's case. You know, if there was local people involved, they're going to all protect each other. Something untoward happened this summer, they're going to all protect each other. Not necessarily protect the Wells, they're outsiders, but would protect the Bernards. They protect those people on Beach Street who have all of those internet connections. And I think Jodeci and Andy's involvement with Jackie overall was very menacing. You know, Jodeci's Facebook videos, once that she knew that land sale was going through and her offer had been rejected.
Sis makes it just me, and this was indeed at the same 2-year time mark and everything when they started flipping in order for Monster to come live and to hammer down on me when it's time and doing their fuck shit, right? And Barks for Bones was like, yeehaw! With it. Weird, huh?
She made it very clear that anybody who was going to buy that.
You know what y'all didn't make clear is that the person who took my videos so y'all could take them all out of context did so because Candace asked if she would put them on Facebook, and then she stole everything private that wasn't public and then used it as forms of blackmail to feed out to you all to create all the fucking bullshit and content that hit all the jello and mud that was already being spewed out. And that's what you don't mention, and nobody ever wonders about all that. Strange that.
It wasn't going to turn out well for them.
All of you did these at certain times that really do show your A is for effort, teamwork, in a well-organized group manner, and linkages in certain timings of events and monsters. Oh my. Still helpful.
Form of implicit threat there. And they had intent. They had menacing intent. The night of the 14th.
Can you imagine saying any such thing? They had menacing intent. Menacing intent. Now notice the word menacing is purposely put in, though it's not what I said, by a criminal on the screen. It's so known this one runs this video too. That word menacing, it sure did get around between the group, didn't it? What are you gonna do with a bunch of monster birds? They did have menacing intent. That's a hell of a thing to throw at somebody. Just put it out there, just say it.
And Andy both said that they went round all the hollers in the area looking for Jackie. Bizarre behaviour.
At least she too was like, well, Jodeci and Andy have both said. At least she did say that.
What were they hoping to achieve? What was the plan?
The same thing I said in the first video, just to make sure he went close. And she clearly watched those. Didn't keep her from doing this fuck shit or any other fuck shit she did after it was time to swap overnight, did it? Hell no, it didn't. Just go back and see how many of her videos on me contradict the fuck out of themselves, along with about everything else she's ever done anywhere.
The lines are, that's not necessarily true. They might be trying to, get a little bit more acreage by saying, oh no, my property line's here.
I got a kick list to her speaks about it.
Chainsaw, and that's...
Shalom, friends. We are here at the MADA headquarters in Jerusalem. This is the central headquarters of all.
That's what alerted them. But they came down, all guns blazing, not literally guns blazing, cuddling, and then they fell asleep, or at least Jodie Sue fell asleep. And then it was when...
Here's shit. It's really like, oh, y'all were in our bedroom or something. I know Jenny and Adrian pretending like they were there for fucking banging session. Monster I had in 30 years, but it gets real weird, you people. Listen to this shit.
So they had a cuddle and then they fell asleep, or at least...
They had a cuddling and they fell asleep. At least Jodie Sue fell asleep. What? Bro.
Jodie Sue fell asleep. And then it was when they awoke that they heard Jackie. So that makes...
So, well, at least Jodie Sue fell asleep. But when they awoke, see, I just... Full tragedy, Pamela.
Sense that they would be up top there, and maybe they heard... Well, certainly either of them have admitted, Andy said he didn't like the Wells. I've never heard, actually, at the time, in those very early...
Oh, Andy said he didn't like the Wells, yeah. Yeah, told me that the whole time I lived there. Yeah, and suddenly there becomes the greatest buddies. It's the weirdest thing.
Years that Don and Candice hated Jodie Sue and Andy. I don't remember them being especially negative about them. But certainly Andy has been negative about the Wells, and in the early days Jodie Sue was supporting him, saying there's no way the parents were involved in the disappearance of the...
Nah, but you see, if you go back to the videos... Just because I didn't come out like an alley or one and be like, shit on, and here's everything, doesn't mean you all know what the fuck was in here, or anything else. Y'all just made assumptions and rolled with it.
Summer, then she's flipped. It could be that Don just went home and remember them being especially negative about them. And either of them have admitted.
Oh God, it can't be in here, can it? Please don't make it be in here. I don't want to have to listen to her anymore. Joe Dobbs, let's see here.
Exactly what Jackie said. Obviously his son wasn't there, but as Jackie's living with his son, I'm sure Jackie's recounted the version of events probably more than once, to just talk about it, get it all off his chest to his son. So I believed what Joseph Dobbs said. I'm glad that what Joseph said to me in my Facebook group has borne out to be the truth. So that's good. Yeah, so Jackie...
What the fuck make that make sense? Oh, because the son said it in her Facebook group. It's born out to be true. What the fuck? Okay, that can only go so many ways, buddy. Anyway.
At 4 p.m, Don spoke to him briefly, and then he speculated whether Don had gone and informed Jodie Sue and Andy. I don't know. Well, if he had, then that shows a connection between the two kind of households, that they inform each other of things. Perhaps...
Oh gosh. Y'all ever communicate with your next door neighbor? Goddamn, y'all are sus as fuck for doing that. Don't speak to your neighbors. Don't warn people around her. But no, it didn't happen. But and she does that. It's just, oh, I hate you people, and I hate going back through your pieces. I hate it.
It implies somewhat of a more neighbourly relationship than either of them have admitted. You know, Andy said he didn't like the Wells. I've never heard, actually. You know, at the time, in those very early days.
I'm pretty sure we'd all talked to quite an abundance by mid-22. So to say that them, like, warning neighbors or something that somebody was there, oh gosh, you know, that speaks to definitely more of a neighborly relationship. But it's all predicated on shit that didn't even happen. She's just making the fuck up. And assuming and shit. Y'all listen to this shit. It's fucking ridiculous, stupid.
Yes, that Don and Candice hated Jodie Sue and Andy. I don't remember them being especially negative about them. But certainly Andy has been negative about the Wells, and in the early days Jodie Sue was supporting him, you know, saying there's no way the parents were involved in the disappearance.
I didn't think so, but
I've got
Healthcare.gov has plans for health because you have plans for life. All plans cover doctor visits and emergency care to keep you and your family running strong.
I've contemplated that scenario. You know, we do see cases of kids that go missing. We've seen it with Classic and Sincere, you know, the Ellen Nelson West case. We've seen it with Harmony Montgomery. We've seen it with Cody Bigsby, where they've been missing longer.
yeah, they just list all their crimes outright, don't they? Places they were embedded and interjected themselves in and screwed with, did the same shit in case after case. Yep. It's all out there, really.
Than was originally thought. And if that's the case, it certainly implicates the parents. This is very much a speculation in Summer's case because there's no evidence. The TBI have never changed their timeline. Since the 16th of June, they've said she's been missing since the afternoon of the 15th and was last seen outside of her home. So unless the TBI say any different, then I'm going to assume that they've got firm evidence that Summer was alive and well until the afternoon of the 15th of June. And she made it home, you know, she wasn't disposed of on the way home. She didn't die from a drowning event. I'm just taking the TBI at their word. So I don't think Summer went missing on the 14th. But perhaps something was upsetting Don. You know, we've heard that from two sources who presumably don't know each other. Now, to think critically about it, you know, Jackie might have been watching all the YouTube stuff, might have heard someone else, i.e. Dudley, saying that Don looked upset, wasn't himself on that day. So Jackie has thought back and thought, yeah, he didn't look happy. So maybe there's a bit of that, I don't know. When I say two sources, Dudley and Jackie, who don't know each other, there's no reason to know each other, doesn't mean to say that one isn't being influenced by the other via what has been said on YouTube in this instance. Jackie influenced by the interviews with Dudley. But I don't know to what extent Jackie's been watching, you know, all of the YouTube shenanigans. What I do know is that his son, who he currently lives with, used to be in my Facebook group, and he used to post a lot. So he'd informed me via my Facebook group, had, you know, some conversations with Jackie's son a good while back now. I don't think he's in the group anymore, but anyway. And he'd said that exactly what Jackie had said. He gave the version of events exactly as Jackie said. He'd gone to the, is it called the Roadside Inn or something? He'd gone to the motel anyway at Church Hill. And he got there kind of latish on the 14th. And he'd stayed there on the 15th. You know, after he'd been chased away from his own land. You know, even the law took Jodie Sue and Andy's side. He felt there wasn't any point in sticking around there on Ben Hill Road. There was no point. He was just going to, end up getting shot, I guess. So he went to the motel and stayed there the whole of the 15th. So by the time the FBI got to him, got round to interviewing him, he'd been spoken to by a TBI officer on the phone, and then 2 feds turned up, and he said, they were amicable, they were okay, they asked him some questions. But he said, and I think he's probably right on this, that by the time they got round to, travelling to his place and interviewing him, they'd already got surveillance footage from the motel. He'd gone out once to go to the gas station. He'd gone out to walk his dog. So, shout out to that.
And see, they made it like he just immediately left area on the 15th. He wasn't here. He only went out to get biscuits once, and then like beer with Elvis, and that was it. But as you can hear Dobbs said nope. Didn't leave till the 16th. Was back on like 19th, 20th, 21st, etc. La. And him and Elvis were out on the hour walking and shit. Yeah, so it just sort of breaks down all the bullshit on it. But hey, according to them then, I changed it quick.
Elvis, he would have been caught on the surveillance cameras. He would have been parked at the hotel.
Okay, so wait, surveillance cameras count for Dobbs, but not for Monster. Or for any of the rest of us. Got it. Wonders never cease. They only count for those they want them to count for, right? Especially those that'll play with them. For them.
The whole day, apart from maybe when he went to the gas station. So, very easy to, locate Jackie on the 15th.
And I guess that depends on how long their surveillance system held footage for, if it overrode, if, no problems in a 24-hour period, if it held for a week or something like that, because, well, by the time Monster contacted him 2 days later, he still hadn't been contacted, and Monster gives him a number, and, then he leaves it, so I don't know. But, yeah. Surveillance for he, but not for thee. Alright? Alright, okay.
No, I never thought Jackie had anything to do with it. I've never thought that. I just haven't. But once, his son spoke, and I could go and find those posts, I guess. It's, I don't know, maybe 6 months ago now, I don't know. I'll probably find his post again. But, yeah, he said exactly what Jackie said. Obviously, his son wasn't there, but as Jackie's living with his son, I'm sure Jackie's recounted the version of events probably more than once, to just talk about it, get it all off his chest to his son. So, I believed what Joseph Dobbs said. I'm glad that what Joseph said to me in my Facebook group has borne out to be the truth. So, that's good. Yeah, so Jackie arrived at 4 p.m. Don spoke to him briefly, and then he speculated whether Don had gone and informed Jodie Sue and Andy. I don't know. Well, if he had, then that shows a connection between the two kind of households, that they inform each other of things. Perhaps it implies somewhat of a...
How many of y'all are in those, weird tell your neighbor groups, right? It's like a whole community-wide thing. I know a lot instead of certain, they connect on those little groups that warn each other, like weird cars or weird shit neighbor. All y'all are now sus. Y'all too close to your goddamn neighbors. You're sus. 1001% sus. Stop using those groups. Don't ever have contact with your neighbors to see something weird going on. Means you're too intimately familiar with. Okay? It's weird how you people can make normal shit sound so goddamn nefarious. And then a bunch of other idiots come along and are like, yeah, it is sus. Okay, god damn it. Let's see if I can face it. I'm not going through it anymore. I can't. I don't want to. You ever wonder why this woman has so many degrees but doesn't go use those? Instead, she's on YouTube. Trespassing on other people's property with her dogs that manipulate you into making you come back and watch her again. Anybody?
On the 16th, Andy Bernard rang him and said that somebody was missing, and he rang him in a really menacing tone. And I think Jodeci and Andy's...
And he rang him in a real menacing tone. Listen to that stupid shit. Not only was Michelle there for the cuddling and napping, she was now there to hear the cuddle. Between Dobbs and he called him in a real menacing tone. Shit, Michelle's as bad as Fred. They're just everywhere and nowhere simultaneously. And because so many Facebook groups said it, and then later on it verifies things, then no questions would be asked, and Dobbs was free and clear. Fucking wild, man. Y'all are wild.
Involvement with Jackie overall was very menacing. Jodeci's Facebook videos, once that she knew that land sale.
The blackmailing ones that were stolen because some other fucking asshole was put on there on purpose to do just that then you all ran with if I didn't bow down and go tell everything I knew right then, or blah blah blah, or go sign, I'll call you out for the fuck shit y'all were doing, or I knew you were doing. Yes, those videos, yes. And then y'all can clip them and narrate them and blah blah blah, and yes, Jodeci. Anyway. Oh, God. Oh, wait, hold on. This one's titled something in this section. See if we can find it.
Was going through and her offer had been rejected. She made it very clear that anybody who was going to buy that, her offer had been rejected. Overall, it was very menacing. Jodeci's Facebook that somebody was missing, and he rang him in a really menacing tone.
So Andy called him in a real menacing tone, because Michelle was there. And then it becomes, notice this, then JSB, because her offer was refused. Huh? What? So Andy calls him in menacing tone 2 days later. Not me. But something about me, and I'm apparently the one putting offer, and I was just enraged because of the offer. Do you see how this works? This is goofy.
And I think Jodeci and Andy's involvement with Jackie overall was very menacing. Jodeci's Facebook videos, once that she knew that land sale was going through and her offer had been rejected. She made it very clear that anybody who was going to buy that, it wasn't going to turn out well for them. There's some form of implicit threat there.
There was not implicit threats. There was just an explanation of what my community and everybody else knows to be true. That's all it was. Dear Lord, have mercy. Okay, I can't listen to her anymore. And I don't think that's the piece I'm looking for anyway. I hate that bitch. I really do. She fucking bores me to death. And she's such a goddamn obvious fucking... Like, bro, if you got any of the shit she does, you're in an office setting somewhere. You're not trespassing on people's shit with 2 dogs to manipulate people into coming back and doing funky shit for tragedy pimps online to make bones and destroying. You just ain't. Sweet baby Jesus. Okay, so there's this part where Dobbs says, because I'm real tired of this shit and I'm not spending 3 hours looking for this shit. I just thought I will give it one more go. And we'll fix dinner. And maybe take a goddamn nap. Michelle, you under there to watch, girl? Jenny, Adrian, you got this. No, but the question is, who's napping with me? Or are they gonna fall asleep too? What are we gonna do till then? Will y'all tell us about it tomorrow? Really do need a nap. For the love of God. She makes me feel like Chris Farley. You know, every day since June 15th, it's felt kind of like that moment where Farley and Spade are in the car and the deer. And then the bees and all the things. Yeah. Is that... which one was that? Was that Black Sheep? Or was that the first? I don't remember. I'm old. I'm gonna take allergy pills if Ernie keeps up his dander. Holy shit, that thing's changed its name. It must autoplay. My God, it's changed its name. Lord help us all. Yeah, but that is one of... Oh my God. Must autoplay. Alright. Okay. So it's toss up. It's either another Barks titled some fuck shit. Or another shit stain who's playing in the Cotton and Summers Death things and belongs to the worst right here. Fuck it, let's swap it up a little, young thing. Let's do it this way. And I believe it's this one that proclaimed it had the footage off Ben Hill of Monster being on the road, as I recall. Wasn't it when Evil entered that proclaimed that? This group saying they had that and they'd seen it themselves, but they never could produce it. Wasn't it when Evil entered? Wasn't somebody requesting it from them still? Pretty sure it was when Evil entered proclaiming that. I swear it was. It was one of the Evils. It's a giant list around here every day. Which Evil? I don't know. All of them. Both of them. Oh, fuck me. Sweet baby Jesus. Oh. Okay, so I don't know who in the hell had Dobbs pissed off. It looks like when Evil entered. But he says, I had nothing to do with it, and I'm considering legal action against you. This is in a comment section. I'm guessing y'all want a little extra. I have cooperated with authorities. My answers I gave them were true and verifiable. I refused to answer to you tubers. But then suddenly he gave in and did all the things. I totally understand and will do an update to be fair to you. Oh, lick harder. Lick harder. Oh, y'all people. Well, that looks fair. You got his pics side by side where he's got the beard and then the next day is shaved. Totally fair. Oh, and then hashtag justice for summer. So what you're saying is you didn't keep your word to Dobbs in these posts, but you made content of it. Jackie Dobbs answers. Has a message for you too. You know what? Y'all are fucking bizarre. That was a straight asshole move. It's just it's a straight dick move. Tell it, man, you're gonna be fair to him. Put that shit up like that. Make him look double sus because he dare threaten to sue you. That's fucked up. Double down, right? Terrorize him until he gives in and gives you what you want, and yeah, God will cleanse it up. We'll erase all the things. We'll hide them even. I heard Ernie was having phone calls to places on here. By the way, that's gotta be high quality entertainment. Oh my god. Man, some of the fuck shit. Fall asleep for 5 minutes around here. shit auto plays and you're later on. What the fuck? Had to be when I was asleep, for a whole 5 minutes. I hovered too long with an arrow. One or the other. Or fucking irony or one of the other two were on the keyboard. This is only 3 ways back. Oh. Oh my god. That's definitely an RE lookup. If I had to go back and open up my Facebook, I swear. What's on? There we go. Oh my god. Alright. I don't. Fuck it, let's try this one. It's one of my least favorites too, might as well.
Welcome to the channel. Today, I want to talk a little bit about Jackie Dobbs. Now, Jackie Dobbs himself is not really a zebra. He has been a horse, or maybe a mule in this case. And what I'm referring to is a philosophy. When you hear the sound of hoofs, think horse, not zebra. Now, I want to go into more of the zebras and not horses, because Jackie Dobbs.
You might remember my hooves down in our car. Where the fuck did that fuck stick it off to? Which name did it get under? Anybody? I think wasn't there an Atlantis version of that too, or something? You seen it? I mean, as far as cycles go, that one's way behind. I'm not seeing it forever. I give it 48 hours now, but hold on a minute, guys. Alright. Let's try it this way.
Like I said, it's probably a horse or a mule or, in this case, something like that, and not a zebra. Because people did look at him. He was there. He was there and around the area at that time.
And you know how, like, his shit became public? Property records were even public, you know? And y'all were digging into him trying to figure out who was all this shit. Because Candace and Dawn instantly tried Dudley, Fred, and Dobbs. And then they were feeding out shit, so y'all looking for the property back and all this, and, you know. And then, you know, because of email and all them, she always put it on me that, yeah, that's how that works too.
Time, law enforcement looked.
And I can tell you word was spreading to Dobbs in places it shouldn't have been within an hour or two of Summer vanishing, and it was coming out to this arena. Part of the problems instantly with social media. That very first night, within just very short amount of time after Summer vanished. And it instantly started playing roles in everything. Hey, bro. Hey, bro. Bro. Hey. Hey. No. Come here. Come on. Just give me sass from over there. Anyway. Oh, something you've done in the past 5 minutes has got... You've done it. I know you did.
Looked at him. They got his alibis. But what I want to go into with Jackie Dobbs, and this is all alleged, and this is all reaching, complete reaching. When you talk about zebras, it's reaching. And more complex situations that can arise out of what we see and what we know. Maybe some complex possibilities and scenarios. And everybody knows, I'm sure if you're watching this video, you already know who Jackie Dobbs is. Jackie Dobbs is the man who bought the property across the street from the Wells, the property that was just along JSB's driveway. And I kind of want to get...
There I am. I'm suddenly singular again. It's weird how often that happens to you people for years. Wouldn't mind, bro, but good way to drive a narrative. Same shit, different day. Oh, did I mention...
Into the mindset of him slightly. I could just imagine I'm having problems with my wife. I drive all the way to Tennessee.
Bro, this too was done at the exact same 2-year mark as all the other pieces I've played. It's weird the fuck that we're done. Anyway, but here it is, JSB's property. Dobbs, he was just coming up here having problems with his poor wife, and blah 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 narrative. I mean, after she stabbed him, according to him, leave it all out though. It'll make him sound less sus and more clean. Make me a singular. It'll make it all whatever you want it to be.
To get to some property that I put my last bit of money into.
lady, it wasn't his last bit of money. How would you ascertain that? Or even because he says so? See, this is the bullshit. Poor dog, he was sober. That's the same shit he tried when he said he couldn't afford shit or even a motel room for one night. But it turns out he could afford them for several days plus travel back and forth. Which means what he told the MIL and the cop and everybody else on scene on the 14th was a goddamn blatant lie about he didn't have the money, he couldn't do this, but he could buy beer and biscuits and stay there for 2 days, and then come back and travel costs for many more days, and shit. But poor Dobbs, and he was just having a little trouble with his wife, sunk his last penny into property, and blah blah, and this. But yeah, he bought another one shortly after coming into contact tragedy events. It's very strange, all of it, isn't it?
I get there. Already rejected at home in Georgia. Now I'm here in Tennessee.
And like, unless you're willing to call the police and everybody else liars, he said that in front of them. He didn't have enough for a motel. He was all broke. He was this, he was that. But look at all the days. Look at the travel. Look at the beer, the biscuits, whatever. But he was literally almost so good. MIL was gonna cough up 100 plus to give him. Yeah, even though we knew in person he was full shit. But yeah, Mission Cottonly liar too. Dude said all that in front of him. Clearly was not true, now was it? So don't tell me he won't lie to law enforcement in front of him, and that he is not sus, or that we didn't have a right to feel he was sus. Okay? And the poor whatever narrative.
And then I get rejected again by all the neighbors. Property lines are moved. I can't access my property. It's not the property I thought it was going to camp. I put my stuff.
That ain't our fault, bro. It ain't the property you thought it was being sold to you because other people did that trickery and well past puffery. But straight fraud. It's not rolling hills and Candace and Dawn's land with ours that it was made to look like it on photos all together and blend in the middle of the road that split real nicely, making you think that wasn't real estate puffery. That was straight fucking fraud. And that would be on the real estate agent, the seller, and the photographer now, wouldn't it? That's not on anybody else. And y'all look up there at that bank when you pass by Ben Hill for the 4th time and go, yeah, definitely rolling hills. Now what they meant was rolling hill and you'll roll right off of it and whatever you built on. But that's nothing to do with us. It had to do with the seller, real estate guy, and his buddy, the photographer. And I guess Dobbs knew ever fucking come here in the first place and the bullshit. Now, Dobbs also, wildly enough, thought all the way down the end of the road to Simpson belonged to him because of that GIS. Did I ever mention that? He also thought all the way up to the tippy top of Ben Hill belonged to him. Yeah, GIS. He thought the entire bank past the mailbox and all the way down to Simpson belonged to him. And all that up there. That, seriously. That's what he fucking thought because that's the only way he can make sense of the images that have been sold to him. Combined with it, he, now he knew he'd been fucked. Or he was trying to fuck some other. I don't know what he thought. But you got that in on us, bro. Them. These. That was the seller, the real estate, and the fucking photographer who trespassed half those fucking images. Also, wildly enough, had my car featured in half of them. That dude being so good at his job, he made Candace and Dawn and ours look like they combined and made the rolling hills. Yeah.
He may have been pretty upset. He ended up just packing his stuff up and leaving. Which, I probably would have felt the same way. Did it push him? Did it push him to a level that he normally didn't go to? We don't know. It would have pushed me, but I don't know how far it would have pushed me in how I felt about
It would have pushed. Now, see, why can't y'all take that and be like, oh, that's a violent sus person. She would kidnap children. She just said it would push her to a level. One of them probably like that. But I was innocent. But yes, what the fuck? Like, bro, if property issues push you to do something to a child and you think that's a possibility, I need you to go check in somewhere or something.
the whole situation.
And if you think you're capable of that type of thing after something slightly, I mean, it's because, like, I don't know what to tell you.
He had contact with different people out there. Different people came and talked to him. He said he even talked to Don Wells. So he became acquainted with the different people right there on Ben Hill Road. He had some altercations with JSB and the Bernards about property lines. Certain attorneys were contacted. Different things were discussed in that. So he says then he goes back to this hotel in Churchill and stays there. It's a roadway inn. The people have already covered this roadway inn and show pictures of it. And he's there and he takes his dog and he's there. He only leaves a couple times. He goes and gets some biscuits. He goes and gets some beer. But where I'm going with this, where I'm reaching and taking it to, is there a zebra, is who else did he have contact with? Who else did he talk to about this property that could have been drawn into?
Y'all just need to know all things.
That area from him. And that's kind of where I'm going with these videos that I'm making. Did he have somebody that was going to meet him? Did he have a friend coming to drink with him that he went and bought? Did he buy the beer to drive out to Ben Hill Road with somebody else? He does have a red truck. And at the time, the red truck was in Georgia. And he drove a blue Blazer out there. But was he the only one? Did he have somebody else come out there and meet him? Did he have a family member come out and meet him? He was having problems with his wife, Alice. She actually filed for divorce.
Well, according to Dobbs, there's some problems. She stabbed him. And I dare you to call me a liar on it. He said that in front of law enforcement.
Not long after he got back from Tennessee, he moved out of that home that is now for sale that I posted in the last video that I did. And he moved in with his sister, is what he says. That he moved in with his sister. I believe. I'm not sure where he went, but I remember hearing he said he moved in with his sister. I do have a few videos and clips and photos
that somehow if y'all post, it'll be the whatever.
that I would like to share just to get a little idea of.
And y'all go about doxing everybody and everything, taking on his social medias, posting it, people yelling who the fuck they are, pictures of them, yeah. Because that's somehow cool.
Personality, voice of Jackie Dobbs. That's the home that he moved out of that is now for sale. Here's a video that was posted on YouTube by another creator, and they went through Jackie Dobbs' Facebook back in the beginning of this case, and it's a compilation.
And here's the thing. She's putting up pictures saying that this is a compilation that another creator put up of Jackie Dobbs' Facebook. But yet there are those pictures.
They went through Jackie Dobbs' Facebook
in their entirety that prove they came from Candace and Chasing, etc., onto a line or somehow with the other creatorship and grabbed by this one. It's the little lineup things, right? Wonder which creator been given these by.
Back in the beginning of this case, and it's a compilation of different photos of posts that he made and photos that he uploaded. There was a questionable photo that was posted by Jackie Dobbs on June 15th of him with his dog in front of the Roadway Inn, or the 16th. One of those days he posted it, and then he says it was a different day. That has been questioned. But there's a picture of his divorce. Here is...
Y'all posted a paper picture of his divorce papers. Well, that really solved Summer's case, didn't it?
Audio.
I said it makes me horny. I want to be horny. God makes me horny. He gave me to you as a present. You might have given it back. You knew what to do. You might have given it back, but you might have today. Lord, that's around.
And that is an audio that was sent from Alice Dobbs to another person accidentally. Now they need to question it again. Was it Alice Dobbs that drove?
It was to a YouTuber. Accident.
Up there. Did she drive up to Tennessee? Has she been looked at? These are the zebras that I want to talk about in this case.
That's right, Ernie. Slow blink at him upside down. Even Ernie's had enough information. He's done went upside down. He's like, the fuck are they talking about goddamn zebras? Look at him. Oh, he's judging. He's judging. While purring.
That's odd audio. Very odd audio. He sounds like he's trying to get away from her, actually, while she's talking kind of crazy. Then there is this video.
Nothing like letting the butt run free. I'll be coming up with some videos before long. I'm just not used to talking into a camera.
Notice how he's all heavy, fake breathing before, going mad, and then suddenly he has perfectly fine breathing to be like, oh, I'll be coming up with videos soon. He seems like a perfectly sane, normal individual to me. Do you know what would happen if one of us got on here and posted? Fuck, even Candace couldn't put, like, you know what? None of us can post anything. No matter what we do, it's a thing. Okay? And they rarely mention this shit, and that it's him absolutely doing funky shit. But there was like poor Dobbs JS was evil and tried to kill him or something, right? And he wants to talk about setups to look at this fuck shit over here. Anyway, the thing is, could you imagine if I got on here and made a video and like was behind the screen and I was going murderer, or I'd ever asked out a creator with a call and some dude was following me around going, God makes me horny and blah, 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 and whatever. Could you imagine what would be done to us? Not only would none of those things happen anyway, so you don't have to worry about it, because I ain't playing fuck stick games like this shit, but I also don't, I try not to date fucking weirdos that follow me around and are like, God makes me horny, you know, I just, nope, ain't a thing. But yeah, well, yep, but this seems perfectly normal to me. Like, normal fucking behavior, totally not sus stops. Right? And I get it. Like, the dude doesn't rank high on my list, you know, nothing. I didn't actually take it like he had been cleared, but I don't know, anyway. Point is, there's one of these fucking pieces here, whether it be Criminal, Evil Exists, or Michelle, or the Burn Barrel, in which Dobbs says, from his original review, that we had a band, Andy and I did. But why now? Why now? Why now? Anyway, I'll tell you why. Because that dangerous ass coverage, before they come up on it, they blare that shit to let everybody know. And they're like, fuck it, now we can carry on quietly again. Anyway, so, you know, there's one of these fuck stick pieces that have a clip of his original shit on it, right? And in it, he says that Andy and I contacted somebody because we had a band of hillbillies, like a group of hillbillies, show up on scene immediately. Now, I'd love for him to tell the cop that, or the world that, like, again, because that never happens. And that's what I've been searching for here. But, y'all all the people there would disagree that there was any group of hillbillies. Andy and I had gotten it and just showed right up and ganged up on Dobbs. Right? No shit. That's what he says. But that bit, right, it gets me thinking. The other day, and I'm like, after all this time, and I honestly can't even tell you at this point if I ever listened to all of Dobbs' bullshit interview or not, or that live he did, or whatever, and all the other things. I can't tell you. I really can't. I know I listened to, I think, Don B's, but I don't really recall listening or paying attention to much or many of the rest. I know that a lot of people try to direct me over. I obviously caught this. At a certain point, I became aware of the phone call thing with him and the wife, whoever. But that was apparently way later than it had actually been here. So, you know, but this one, the murder and the green eyes, obviously paid attention to. But otherwise, and so, I don't remember if I watched any of the other lives or not, whatever this dumbass said, but that particular thing he said about us getting a band of hillbillies together, and they were already there, and all this, and blah, 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 right? Huh? Well, I guess all of us, you know, the pseudo ex-monster male, monster, cop, people he had with him, and otherwise, we're all just, were they an invisible pack of hillbillies we got down there to harass him? I don't know. It's news to all of us, I'd say. And that it fits this place's narrative, the whole, you know, just perfectly at a time they want it. Makes me a little uncomfortable, right? You know how PG&M, they still go with that shit of, sometimes it's Dawn and I, it's Dawn, Andy and I, Dawn, Andy, I, Candace, and then sometimes she throws in Fred for good measure. Other creators do the same, it depends on the day, really. And we all went hunting Dobbs down, right? Like, bro, had our baseball bats, I had my white t-shirt on, I rolled my cuffs up on my pants legs, my white shirt, I rolled it up, put my cigs right down in it. Felt some total James Dean in my soul, but me a break, right? So anyway, and yeah, I was being sarcastic. Humor based on I'm a rebel, Dottie. Total rebel without a cause. Anyway, so anyway, sorry, I had to throw a little Pee Wee in there, okay? And James Dean, sue me, like both. So anyway, it got me thinking. I'm like, bro, is he leaking? Like, you know, it only takes 4 or less hours to get here from where he was. What does keep some guy that goes, you know, like an angry bulldog, all this other weird fuck shit. There's all this types of weird from Contact, and I don't know, other woo-woo batshit crazies down there, the QAnon, Wayfarer, Epstein, YouTubian, save the babiesville type of shit to get up here. And then what? Maybe it's just a thought that passed my mind. Who might have actually had a Roman band of somebody up here within just a couple hours? I don't know, man. After I made sure my community and all of us were safe, we went on about our business and didn't think nothing about it. This one, though, and see, it's like with the video and audio where Monster called the lawyer and everything. I can tell that dogs even mind the fucking and shit, bro. And I gotta tell you, if you ever want to hear like a boss hog in person, or well, not in person necessarily, but those of you who have listened to some of the Dobbs Lawyer tapes with, Monster, tell me that guy don't sound like some boss hog shit. And if you ever listen or hear all of them, that dude is ignorant as mud on a fucking stick. That would not be the dude I'd hire for anything. Not anything. Not ever. But just ignorant as fuck. But the guy never failed to amuse me. He does. He sounds just like Boss Hogg. When you hear his voice, you're like, oh, that motherfucker rolling in a caddy with some fucking steer horns on the front. I just know it. You know? I just know it. You know? Yeah, like, what better way to make yourself look sus as fuck than shaving and changing your entire appearance and immediately starting to change posts, dates, times, everything else, even before summer finished, and then really picking up steam after. So yeah, and he's obviously got some issues and shit, man. But do I think I don't think he's healthy enough to, taken off with somewhere or walked up anything in order to. But that breathing shit is a lot of put on too. But I just don't see. He was so stiff, but doesn't mean he wouldn't fit. I don't know, look. But I don't think so. But what if somebody else around him, even if he didn't do it, what if somebody else on his behalf that's a Fruit Loop got mad on his behalf and made their happy ass way up here, or the locals he knew, see how it works, that helped him figure out all this, like, do the shit, according to him and everything. What if, maybe he wasn't even aware, but somebody thought they were, I don't know. I mean, like, they say all possibilities are on the fucking table, right? And these motherfuckers want to get on here, and I've tried to be nice. Tried not to air out their thoughts or shit that gets things inundated or anything else. But, like, you get to a point. Okay? These sons of bitches, for years, man, I put up with this shit. And it's like, these some bitches really come on here with all this fuck shit. Knowing they lying and like this weird shit. Wife stabbed me, God makes horny, green eyes is this dog, and all. And that was during a time when Benny was stabbing dogs, plus mine kept being loose, plus Monster, does shit, plus. And all the videos towards me are titled, about dogs. And then Benny stabs dogs to death. And if you look real close to the fence, that's... Yeah. Anyway, so... It was a strange time then. Anyway, but yeah, get on her and be like... Medibe. And the green eyes is all the weird shit around this fucker, and then they've made it after all these years, and always this tale of some little old man spent his last penny, and JSP took him off her property, and then went hunting him down with a whole pack of Dons or Candaces or Freds or Monsters or whoever the fuck else is, and we were just gonna do him in or something, and harm to him. And that, poor him and all this shit. Like, I was the big bad wolf. Meanwhile, y'all ain't ever seen me make no goddamn video where I'm like, and then I'm like, oh, my voice is fine now. I mean, like, but somehow this shit still sticks. But ain't the point. This ain't about tit for tat, and it ain't about. It's just that, I think all of us are I don't want to say entitled. The facts are the facts, right? Our statements about heard, seen, etc. that they will state. But I think we too, after time, we're all allowed throughout that, as we gather new evidence, prove facts, or told things, become aware of things, hear the others, do whatever, throughout all these years, to then be like, what the fuck? And wait, what? And then to add those in and to form new opinions based on, or to go, that ain't fucking right, dude. Like, that's not how that fucking went down. Why are you lying? And wonder about those things, And it's like, things do work in a way. It's like, okay. And I've explained this way a million times, it seems like. But it's like, even from the first. Let me turn on the light. Alright, so say that in the first moments, minutes, hours, and days, right? But the things you experience, see, witness, etc. Okay? Like, I know for me at least, that what happens is you're able to, like, at first you might be like, well, what did converse? What was this? What was that? Right? You're still all trying to put it together. Your mind's crammed full of shit. You're in the middle of fucking chaos like you've never known. There's helicopters flying, there's all this shit, right? Now those statements and all things, they do matter. Exactly, Ernie. They matter. But what happens is you have time-ish. You can have these moments that's like, okay, at first I had a hard time placing a certain thing, right? Then it occurs to me that, wait a minute. No, that had to be this at this time, because the way you use, because I realized that when something else happens, my brain went back to the first thing that happened and goes, oh, well, that's maybe what caused the second thing, right? And so therefore, then I can go, oh, okay, so this is the order it's winning, right? And then it's like, say, for instance, I was confused enough when Candace rolled down the hill after 609 about the vehicle, and I was like, okay, whatever, I guess it was just next in order, I couldn't, whatever, I was like, whatever. It was just a fleeting thought, right? But then when Dawn shows up and stops at her, okay, and I looked, because I was already searching, and I was nearing the boys, and I was down towards, like, the end of the guardrail section. But I remember looking over to my right and seeing the fucking Subaru, and it's just gleaming, even though the entire hollow's in shade by that point in the evening. Like, there's no sunlight. And I'm like, what the fuck? And then my brain goes, well, so then what the fuck was that flash up the fucking driveway earlier? Because if that red flash wasn't that motherfucker, and the other one, so my brain knew something was fucking wrong with it when it happened. That's why I asked. And then I get the response via it's the neighbors, but from a kid who's just done last, done being outside and everything else, and wanted me in before I overdid it. So he sees it, dude. He's like, it's just the neighbors. And I knew something was wrong. You know, it wasn't right. Something about it wasn't right. Part of that could have been all kinds of other things, but. So I know that then I'm really like fucking confused. I'm like, alright. So if that wasn't that motherfucker, you know what I mean? And so that's how your brain, it takes it a while to go, okay, so these things go in this order, right? And, it's like even still I have moments where I'm like, wait the fuck a minute. Because the whole time I would concentrate mostly at first on just the dogs not being there on the 15th of it. And I don't give a shit who wants to argue with me about this fucking shit. I'm telling you, they were not. At least the majority of them, they fucking were not. And there's a part where Allie even says there's one that comes down the fucking driveway, won't eat you up. This motherfucker in particular would come over to our driveway to try to eat our ankle. I mean, it wouldn't actually eat, but it'd get right up at your ankles doing some fuck shit. That son of a bitch could hear a leaf 9 miles away another property and be like, at the bottom. There ain't no way it didn't do that. I mean, like, no, right? Not just that one, but me. But then it occurs to me here a while back, I'm like, but wait. They weren't there on the fucking 14th either. And I'm like, well, wait, that could explain it. You know, and see, here's the thing. Other neighbors and other people over the days watch these dogs come in, tired as fuck, hungry as hell, slowly, piece by piece, from certain areas. Where I won't say. But it makes me wonder if dogs weren't dropped off in advance of DCS coming and going. Now I'm thinking about it. That's the thought of Hatters. But then, because I mean, how the fuck are you going to explain a rolling pack of fucking dogs that kill everything in the fucking neighborhood? And otherwise, and look like shit. You don't want those house, right, when DCS is coming and going? Because what occurred to me was, wait a minute, on the 14th, when Dobbs was there, no dogs were raising, and originally I chalked that up to the same reason the chainsaw, right? And our dogs' name run down our tails like, they were exhausted, they'd had enough noise because of the wood cutters, brush cutters, they didn't regulate all these things, but, man, they should have lit the fuck up on dogs, right? They did on McDonough. I heard of my damn self. What you all heard on McDonough's piece ain't shit what they were doing to McDonough's squealing ass down the roadway. Like, he was bitching and complaining even down there like, little girl, it's just... But yeah, they come all the way down the roadway. What you all see in there, it ain't even... So anyway, and because of that, they'll be like, oh, see, nobody could have... But I'm telling you, fucking dogs weren't in there like... At Elvis or Dobbs. They weren't down there with the cop. And other things that were occurring on the 14th, they were absent then too. Where the fuck were they? Most likely dropped off before any visits. You know what I'm saying? Now that think about it, that's probably the most likely scenario. That or the other fuck sticks, whoever was taken off with them right before wild things were occurring there for years, did the same thing. So either is still a possibility to me. However, it took me a long time to realize, well, wait, it ain't just those dogs that matter. It's also the other neighbors' dogs that matter and my own that matter. And I can tell you, mine were acting funny. I remember them looking over there. And I even asked my papa, I was like, what's wrong, Bobby? Him and Elwood both were just. And I can still see him, man. He was just straightforward off our bench and right beside of me. And he was locked on. Elwood was the same, but then Elwood's goofy ass started rolling. It's like, fuck it, I'm done. Papa, not so much. But also the dog, over another place, should have been running up and down, barking like hell. Others on the other side, I mean, like, you know, there's things, you know. And I know that but it takes you a while to go, but this, and this, right? Sometimes some of the most basic shit, you're like, how in the fuck did I not, you know? That still doesn't make that the thing, or a thing, or right, or the right conclusion, or coming together, you know what I mean? It doesn't on some of these things, right? Parts of the puzzles and fires and things, though. But sometimes it takes one, I guess. I mean, it's like, I was told once, twice, that it would happen if anything came to us, to then call or do this or that, or, you know, that peace would come, they would go, and that's held true. Very much so. And now I'm able to slow down enough where I can go back, a little. Still don't enjoy listening or exactly or watching the rest of them. Because I don't want to cross-contaminate and all that shit, you know? Or have reactions to where it fucks the others in the way they've fucked with us. But I don't know that you could even put it in those terms, because I have no intention of coming at her and being like, well, our kids wore makeup and played video games, and war paint. She was always trying to make her look sexy for boys, or it was like I was trying, you know. And I don't have any intention of making videos going, mad at me, right? Or any of the other fuck shit, or Fred be like, no, it's her kid in the pool. Which is a total fucking lie. Even Dawn was like, hell no, it wasn't JSP's kid in the pool. And I don't have the intention to come in here and try to get the others murdered on purpose or anything. With, you know, I mean, yeah, no, right? So I don't know, but I don't like having reactions to them, but there are things said that can be pulled out of. And most of those don't even revolve around the others. Most of what I've been going through are from exactly where you think it would maybe count most. And I gotta tell you, I think a lot of people probably never wanted me to be able to slow down enough to hear certain things. And the way back does matter, even though almost instantly you have insertion from this place, Mud and Jello, and then before even week 1, were y'all aware the uppers already existed? Were y'all aware of that? It's out there in the open if you listen. It's weird fuck shit, ain't it? But yeah, for Dobbs to say something like, And knowing it's a lie, knowing the cop and others with him knew better, and all the people there knew better, and to say something like we had an entire gang of hillbillies that showed up with us, and all this other shit. Like, and that we had them there pretty quick, blah, blah. I mean, like, what the fuck? That's a lie. Maury Povich says you're a fucking liar and you're gonna have a liar baby, sir, by the wrong baby daddy. Anyway. Who the fuck are you, PG 1.0? But anyway. But I'm sure that's where PG made up shit or he got it from one. Anyway. But then you also have to wonder if you're one of us going, is that a leak from a monster? Why is it always my water and ice you go for, guy? I love you. I just gave you bougie water. Might always taste better, I guess. I don't know. Anyway, so it makes me wonder. It's like, is that a leak? Is the monster leaking? Are they telling themselves? I don't know. But if they're able to say some shit and lie about us in that way, and not their actual, like, look, the way I look at it is, I know these motherfuckers are lying. Full out, bold as shit. Even to where cops are fucking present and know better. These motherfuckers are just bold as fuck lying. How does that work exactly? But anyway. And like, seriously, how does that fucking work? What if they ever needed a Dobbs or a Monster, any of them to ride fucking shit? And then, what the fuck? You know? Anyway. And then they're absolutely directing shit. You know, certain folks, like, I don't know how that, I don't know how it fucking works. But I guess it works for all them. I don't know. It seems to be so, I guess. Like me, I'll fuck with the tragedy pimp all day long. So you ain't gonna catch me being like, let me change the facts and reality around fucking summer and what we've seen. You just ain't gonna get me to do that shit. But these motherfuckers will. Right? Oh man, Ernie, give me that. Where did you even get that from? That's pretty weird. That makes me think you're gonna eat me if I die. Which, let's be real, you probably will. Here's my cup for my blood work. You're such a weirdo. I threw that the fuck up. Where did you even... You know what? I asked him no questions. And every time I go to that one place, they give me pink. Why can't I have lime green or even fucking purple or something? Why do they always want to be giving me fucking pink? Do I look like pink? It's tragic. So anyway, I'm like, I don't understand it. In my mind, every day I go, man, could this be like Ellie directed Tool, Monstrous Task shit? And then I'm like, no motherfucking way. It's like these creators and shit, it's like, man, they're pulling too many crimes, too much real life extremes, the fuck shit. There's no way now. I know better. And then these fucking I just... Would you get... That's it. You're grounded. I just gave you ice and the bush. Mine is not any better. I promise. See, this is why everything's always itching. You always into all my shit. All of it. Stuck his whole face in my peanut butter chocolate jar earlier. I don't know what he was thinking. He didn't want any of it. And then I had to clean him up. I mean, he really did just come up and went, boop, right into it. I'm like, but why, man? I was in the middle of putting it on a peanut butter set. No. I ain't having it. Wrong ladder. The lion died. And then, went with Poe. Nevermore. Quoth the Raven. Anyway. I just... Yeah, I don't want anybody around any of this falsely targeted, fucked with, harmed, hurt, doxxed, screwed with, destroyed. And I never have. Well, okay. There's, yeah. I don't know if I can say it with a straight face at this point. Some days I really do wish some of the others had just been hammered down on the way I and my children have been. Maybe it would have actually made a difference. You know? Really? Can you not do that? He's gonna do it. I don't know what that bag ever did to you, buddy, but I guess you felt it in your soul. But anyway, thing is, all of us during this have been hunted anyway. You know? It's like this right here, though.
Okay.
Why build the narrative? Why do that around an open and active case when y'all are proclaiming and you're like, oh, the news ain't giving us no info. So what, you just make shit up and roll with it? That ain't because you want info, man. It's because these people feeding you this shit are after abundance things, none of which are the truth, the light, and the way. Ernie, I cannot believe you right now. You're such a bad kid. You know? And what you're being given isn't real info. It's horseshit. And extremes and crimes and extreme real life shit that's criminal on other human beings. And it's like, what the fuck? Entertainment, I guess, interactive. It's like, Jesus, fuck is wrong with the world? You know? You monster creators, of course, right? Some of these partakers of this shit, get off on it. Yeah, because they too are monsters. They're just the watchers. They enjoy it. I don't know what took their belts up to them. There's obviously a whole bunch that believe this sort of shit. And don't see it for what it is and what's being done, unfortunately. Even when it's called crime. And even the biggest creators and shit, twist and there, don't pay attention and do whatever, get shit all fucked up. But I'm not saying all, like, way outside of this area. They don't do it necessarily with malice or intent. They just do it because they're not that good researchers. They don't listen or whatever, you know what I mean? But they don't do it with intention and malice like this group does, you know? So there is a difference. And also, the ones way up and beyond this place aren't out here headhunters and like, I mean, you know, some of them. And they're not going extreme real life on, you know? And they're not in any way connected with this group, is what I say, though. And they usually, if they see any members or known to be from around this area, they boot them the fuck out. And they do not associate. But anyway, yeah, it just makes you wonder. It's like, man, he was here till the end of the 16th. You know, I heard that said about the getting people together quickly. Supposedly, Andy, I did.
I'm shy. I do not care for this notoriety or this shithole I fell into.
He didn't care for the notoriety yet. He was all on social media trying to make himself look sus as fuck. And he made videos like, and Green Eyes, the dog, and all this other bullshit. And, yeah, okay. You know? That definitely didn't help. And see, I'd tell you that if there were his normal shits that were stolen off his normal social media and all that like it was the rest of us, then yeah, I could agree with that. But this dude went about in a concerted effort and manner doing weird shit. Wanting attention or notice or to look weird. Why on earth would you want to make yourself look weird? Why? Unless you're trying to help the world look at you instead of others. I don't know why you would do that either. It's very strange shit. Because that's extreme, like, what the fuck? Going around making videos going, and green eyes and weird shit. That's weird. And then changing post states like to, from, you just can't, man. But yeah, like this one, you know, the idea's there now. It's like, and I didn't get it from her. It's just one hit. Once I finally became aware, remembered that he'd said that, one or the other, in one of these stupid pieces, about the Roman band of hillbillies, we immediately got there to terrorize him, whatever, I don't know, like some 50s gang hillbilly movie shit, I don't know. So, I'm like, is that a leak? And and this person there made me not wrong either, and it's the same thought, I'm like, but wait, it would take him less than a few hours to have some air, and he was here until 60, and then he's walking around on the hour every hour because Elvis has to. All this shit. It just, I just, and you can tell this to him. I mean, the shit says he's broke. This, there, blah blah blah. He's only here to whatever, and then, but he's here till the end of the 16th, and he's back on the 19th, the 20th, 21st, whatever. Oh dear. Anyway, yeah. God, I don't want to go through anymore. So I know that piece is there though.
But it is what it is. Anyway.
And what's odd about that video, and you can't really tell that much, is he is whispering a lot under his breath. Now, it was enhanced so you could hear what he's saying in his whispers, and I'm going to play that.
Nothing like letting the butt run free.
Yeah, we're debating on dinner. Oh. Leave it to the teenager and the cats. Yeah, you just heard me blame your collective. Anyway. What? Oh my gosh, did you lose me? Did you? Oh my gosh. Those are my glasses. Oh my goodness. Did you lose Mama? I was right here the whole time. What's the problem? I was right here. I'm still right here. Come on. Anyway. Earn dog. Bro. Anyway. This is a great dinner debate. Can't figure out if we're doing risotto or pasta. I just like potato sausage and onions, maybe some rice, I don't know. And yeah. Let me make some more Cuban sandwiches, I don't know. But I'm trying to let Little pick, and Little's done a pad thai today, and it's not a subtle meal, so she's undetermined so far. Anyway. Alright. Back to this. Swear to God, I think my Little thought I was watching porn or something. She came in on that, and she was like, and I muted it. What was that? It's like, not what you think.
I'll be coming up with some videos before long. I'm just not used to talking into a camera, and I'm kind of shy. I do not care for this notoriety or this shithole I fell into, but it is what it is. Anyway, with malice toward none, this is Jackie and Elvis.
And there's that word, malice. All these vids, same timing. And right before the monster shit. Time to just be fucking fully alive. It's when Barks Bones got on a bandwagon. Most of y'all did the first, really full tilt. Also, there's some CM predating some shit, don't you? But malice. And then what's been mentioned in the other ones by each one, Michelle and the others, and put up as typing that wasn't the word I said at all. Word malice. It's strange, isn't it? The little things.
It's kind of odd, that weird whispering. Now, he did have a red truck. That is his red truck there, and he does a video about it. I will play that also, so you can get an idea of Jackie Dobbs and his red truck.
More recently, on May 21st, 2022, Jackie published this informational video about his red truck.
Yeah, 220,000 miles on her, and she still looks okay. And she takes a licking and keeps on ticking. The engine's a little bit noisy now. Don't burn too much oil, but it leaks it. Yeah. I bought it new back in 02. Still running. It was down for 5 years because I had trouble timing it up when I had the engine apart for a lower intake manifold gasket. I had to have the engine apart. And the distributor had to come out, and I could not time that thing up to save my life. But when I got retired, I had more time, and I got back in on it, and yeah, one day I got it right. And it's been right ever since then.
Can't even with that, but alright. Anyway, yeah, but, hey, it's cool. Tom says his red truck's cool. Robin says her red truck's cool. Plus, she goes around Xing out all the red trucks and all the posters. That's cool. If everybody else says all the red trucks cool, it's cool, but if there's a red truck near us, by God, it ain't cool. They'll hammer down on it and make everybody look sus till they have fucking heart attacks. Yep. Even though the red truck is said only be a witness, it's wild. Nobody mentioned any of that ever, though. Oh dear, they're doing the clickbaity dramatose tonight, y'all. Streets are on fire! So are the fucking bridges. All of them. Lucky for them, I gotta make fucking dinner. Because I'm hungry. And I want a nap. And I'm gonna cuddle. And then I'm gonna see which one of you tragedy pimps is like in my bedroom. Right? Suspect. Which local stalker has the drive-by duties tonight?
Anyway, y'all have a good day. Goodbye.
Which half dozen of you?
So, that is his video about his red truck vehicle up there at Town. And the red truck is, and that is just stranger abduction through an acquaintance with one of these people that are persons of interest. In which Jackie Dobbs, to me, is still a person.
I want to know, though, alright, one of these people who are all persons of interest. Who the fuck ever said so? Who? Whoever actually gave y'all a list of names? I don't recall that ever being done. As close as you ever see done to that is Ansley. That's 2-year mark. As close she'll get to a suspect list has ever been released. I'm sure she didn't do so lightly or by accident. Nope. There's real names on it. The rest are pretty vague, could include many and multitudes and different things you think they meant. I don't know, though. But just saying, like, understand, like, everybody's like, well, man, I get it, but also, like, who gave y'all a fucking list? I don't recall anybody doing that. Y'all made up your own and ran with it. And you let others make up their own and run with it. And call us things we never were in order for y'all to then demand we all be cleared. Or said not to be. And even if we are, even if we're like, hey, on camera and police are like, you're good, or come here and they're, you know, and they're like, not a suspect, y'all still like, then we'll just, we need all the agencies to say it now, because one don't care. And, yeah, they are too. Right? It's wild. Yeah, just, even like, I don't know. It's like I come in here with the first vids, like I don't think Dobbs did anything. I don't know how Candace and Don did, you know? Nobody did. I wasn't out here to be like, you fucking motherfuckers, blah, blah, let me talk all the shit and the drama and all that. It's more about the big picture, you know? And, all these people, they never came about the bigger picture, anything it wasn't mixed in with other, like, it's just like, but there are definitely comparative differences between everybody from. And I think that dog has cataracts. Don't tell the internet.
Interest?
They'll have a hot take on it and they'll be trying to have it kidnapped or something by ASPCA or Dog Chapman within 5 minutes. Don't tell them.
And who could he have brought to that area that wasn't there before? To me, if you're going to investigate, you need to investigate completely and not only look at the surface. Let's dive deeper into who else could have been brought into that area around that time. And
I'll have a lot of people. Lady from Fred's dope fucking traffic to the weirdos and the dope shit that always reigns Primavera at 110 to workers of the multitude of them are passed through to property shit to randoms to anybody's. But, you know, stats are stats, odds are low. I'm well aware of that. I think so is most of the populace, but I think because of the perfect storm, there's more potential, but for me, especially this far in, but for a very long time, and I think even on, I'll tell you that I'm going to stick with controlled foul play. Y'all take that to mean as you want or will. But I know even on the 15th, immediately around 6:09 plus, something was off, man. And it's not stopped ringing since. I knew almost immediately, but that some very planned or some effort or something in there, something about the 15th. And everything leading up to summer vanished, and after at first I attributed to some things to other things, excused certain things for certain reasons I shouldn't have, made leeway for other things I shouldn't have, especially because of, and so I don't. But I'll tell you that You know, I just. So many nopes, you know. And I identified instantly as they were happening, but I tried to excuse or overthought or gave too much grace or, you know, when you're dealing with certain things, certain types and everything, sometimes you have these moments where you forget what you're dealing with, too. I don't know. But anyway, guys, I'm not feeling my greatest, and I do still have dinner to go. And, I've been told to take it easy, so I'm doing, and, I really wish I could find a piece. It means it's in that other one. So now I've narrowed it down to the last one, but I don't feel like listening to it. And I don't know that it might. I mean, I have it. It's full somewhere around here. But I know I should place it here, but it's either going to be on the Burn Barrel Criminal, Michelle Barks, or Evil Exists. But I think it's on Michelle Barks because I've played the other, so, and that one is the only one I had multiple, so it would have to be the other piece first. Or we'll skip around the first one. I just don't like her. It's just a thing. It's never gonna stop, especially after she did my kid. So fuck her. Fuck her entirely. Still stands. Anyway. And that she flip-flopped for this group, even though she didn't want, you know, I just, nope. If you're just, not having it. So, yeah, it's gotta be on that one I didn't play. Or the one I skipped back in. Alright, I'm coming. Boss. Also, do remember tonight, in case you've not been paying attention, the other two twack hags, the criminal, the extreme one variety, are, and have been for the last few days since somebody forgot they were supposed to be doing like a whole mini-series. They've been taking over the dirty work out in the front, while the other one's busy sleuthing around somewhere. They're doing the Lord's work, you know, and, trying to do the shit and fuck with everybody and get attention back and forth right now. I'm assuming that's what today's gonna be full tilt. Probably the next few days to build it up before the other, you know, they start doing super hit shit. Somebody's displeased. Anyway, so watch where you step. They're all full shit, and still up to fuck shit. And what the flashy titles are to, you know, get up to fuck shit, build eyes on, as they've been released like Krakens to do whatever the last few days if somebody's failed to come back and do that whole mini-series as promised. Alright. Anyway, I ain't fucking falling for it. Y'all can though if you like. Y'all have a good time, I guess. Right. But, I am off here, yeah. And I may not be, back on tomorrow. I generally try not to come on the 15th. You know. So, and I've definitely pushed a bit too far being here for what I have been today. So, I really wish you hadn't stuck your whole head in like peanut butter and chocolate. You're a jackass. Do you know how, like, oh my god, there's nothing you cannot smother in that shit and make it 9,000 times better, okay? So anyway, you guys, I'm out of here. I'm gonna fix dinner. I'm gonna take a nap. If I'm able, cause yesterday, dude, it was like 3 minutes out and right back in 3 minutes, and I just can't sleep or the fuck the past couple days. It ain't help with those middle of the night phone calls either. Let me tell you. But you know, I just been hell and dude. Right. The truth and the keys, they're in here some. They gotta be. They gotta be. Somebody knows. Somebody somewhere knows. Somebody's responsible. And every night and day I wake up with surety on my heart, my soul, my mind. It tells me to keep having faith in these feds. And I will. I have hope and faith in them and local surrounding. I know they will find her, and whoever is responsible, I have no doubt about that. None. None. Till then, we wait. And we try to help shake the truth and the keys. It was fine to still piece together what we can. And maybe something goes, aha, or how in the fuck did you not hear, see, or miss, or not put that together before, stupid. Anything. Help if we can. And the community and those who know, things like that. Most likely to hold the keys and answers. You know. Till then, it's night and day. It's having faith and hope. And knowing it's not misplaced. I know it's not. They'll find her. And even if I don't live to see that day, I know my kids will. I know her brothers. you know? Anyway. Y'all do me a favor tonight. Please do share her picture, information, and color by her name. And y'all know by information, I don't mean YouTube shit, social media shit, or any of our dumbass shit. Okay, we're not the information. We're not the end all be alls. Because guess what? It's just what we heard, witnessed, seen, etc. That doesn't mean all things or will be things or mean a shit at all. And there are many more than you could ever think who are also witnesses and hold things as the other. Unless you have all the powers combined, you can't hope to put everything, you know. You can't do it. And law enforcement, feds can do that. Of course, it helps, you know, some of us being here, you know, it's more than just whatever, but man, until Ellie or feds say these things are not things or whatever in a courtroom setting, then nobody knows, do they? And so therefore what you need to do to find information about Summer, and the information you should always listen to and fall back on, is what law enforcement, local surrounding state polices in Tennessee, and then TBI, FBI, Summer's Q&A over on the feds. There's always a good place to start. Always remember you have Times News Online / Kingsport Times News, Rogers Review, Johnson City Press. You have Hawkins News over here online, WCYB, WJHL, real reporters, real ones like Ansley and Bobo. Please stick with those types, not the bullhorns, the ins, and those who bump fists with bullshit or faux news or talking heads, okay? Those aren't news. They're not. They're not. They're not. You get it? Okay. See, now I can just clip it and make it. But anyway, yeah, they're not. Please stick with real media sources, real reporters, real law enforcement, and feds, okay? They are the information. Please trade out links on the top of Summer's flyer with their picture and name. That way, you know, you're not sharing the same thing over and again. And the right piece might hit the right eyes or ears at the right time, and a person go, holy shit, why didn't I think of that? Or why didn't that click with me before? I know y'all think 3 years, 5 months, 29 days. Everything's known this year. Man, I know that if at least I still have days like that, others can and will, and you never know. And the right thing shared at the right time, hit the right eyes and ears, can really make one of those, you dumbass, how did you not see XYZ, or how did that fly past your eye, you know, oh my god, that clicks, and, you know, you just don't know. And then on top of that, I know it sounds wild, but that can also lead to the arrest, outing, whatever, turning in of the person or persons responsible. You know, somebody could be sitting right beside them all these years, and then suddenly click that every time they share something, every time they mention Summer, or they whatever, that somebody's acting weird, or they've been too, like, you know, or that they weren't present on a certain, you know, all these things, and it could get someone to have the right key, the right moment, and go, aha, and be how the person or persons responsible are brought to justice. Keep that in mind. So just those simple things as you rotate out information links and you share a picture and information and call her by name, they're a very real and tangible way to help her and help find her. And I would always ask that you do the same for any other missing or murdered children or women or anyone in their cases, especially if these tragedy pimps have inserted and hunted and it's all in this area. Please, please, please don't share their fucking stupid videos. Share the flyers and the information and the families and the real things and the real truths, and don't let it be narrated and comment. Share the real shit. Do not share their fuck shit. Alright? If you really want to help all these missing and murdered, that's how you really do it. Okay? But please continue to share the DV/Universal Hand Signal. It does save lives from emergency situations to elderly to patients to those stuck in the middle of crimes, crime scenes, domestic violence, abductions, public, home, million miles away from police, a call, any of that. Can't make it, but they can do a symbol across, silent methods and get help in time. The amount of lives it can save and change is astronomical. And I ask that you share that not just on my children and I's behalf as survivors and still fighters of that fuck stick and its bullshit, but for Summer and her brothers and so many others who have survived being here. A place as a way about it. And those children and mine, they all have stories that feature domestic violence. Whether you like any of their parents or not, domestic violence is real and it's present in many children's lives and others around the world every day. And the perpetrators of it are very dangerous. Although you think they just beat their wives and do whatever, man. No. They're a demographic that often goes unnoticed or blind eyes turn to until it's too late. Or you get mass events, you get this, that, and certain personality types. No history, so whatever, except for women and children and the abuse of until it's too late. And the more lives that you all can help save from it than any of us can, by something as simple as sharing hands, or the lives of those in need in emergency situations and things. It's a good thing. You make the little things where they save real lives. The tangible things. But whether you like any of us or not, the truth is, all these children have been him. Their stories feature DV. And so it's why I always ask that you please share the Universal Hand Signal for Help / DV Hand Signal for Help. Because it matters and they all matter. Just like millions of children and others around the world every day matter. And lives that can be saved by something so simple matters. So please share it if you can and will. And as always, and like a minute ago, please do share Summer's picture, information, and call her by her name. She matters. She always will. Her story matters, and it should be her and law enforcement and her brothers that tell it eventually. And I have every bit of faith in this world that she and they will. Just gotta hang on until then. But anyway, I'm gonna try to chill and not get upset and just it's kind of hard though. It's always hard. But I'm gonna go fix dinner. Miss Little's figured it out. Creed yet. And then I'm definitely just gonna take like a 3-minute nap, okay? Maybe not like a 5er, but definitely like a 3er. And probably Fat Ernie. Last night I was eating something, he stuck his head. He has a habit, okay? I'm like, no, we don't do that. Cat and animals and plates thing. I'll give you back, but it's gonna do anyway. And this fella, no matter what you have, even if he doesn't want it, he's gonna try to eat it. Even if he's already tried it 3 times, decided he hates it, he's still gonna keep doing it. He's very persistent, that one. I do love him, though. Very persistent. So floppy, though. Bless him. Maybe I should have named him Flop instead of Ern. God, no. Couldn't really live with either. Tiny Hurricane. Alright. Anyway, you guys, I'm out of here. Y'all have a good night, good morning, good evening, wherever y'all are. And watch these streets are full of shit tonight, and they will be tomorrow. That's my psychic, fucking intuitive spirit Google box dousing our prediction. Alright. And also remember tomorrow, they're all going to try to revisit, pump out bullshit, run streams, pretend they really give a shit. Again and again and again. Is the way. And then a lot will forget and have to be reminded. You'll watch some other live streams and where it's about, oh, I forgot all about. Since they've all, a little worried about their insertion in criminal acts, their noise, and want them all bow tied up, but also, because they render and tear and destroy until they get bored with, and they pick at you. Now, unfortunately, it's Sebastian's and others. And that does break my heart every day. Watching each of these cases be done this way by them. For years before, overlapping and continuing forward. So, tonight, please share Sebastian's answers, picture information, call them by their names, and watch out for these tragedy pimps. Destroying both of their communities, all their loved ones, law enforcement tampering in, fucking with everything and everyone. Both of these children will be found despite them all. I'm sure of it. Anyway, y'all. Tonight, please share some picture information, color branding. Y'all have a good night, good morning, good evening. Hope y'all are making some banging dinners. Chilling with your kitties and your homies. Enjoying the speck, the vast cosmos. Remember the little pebbles, little sparks. Being a voice when and where you can. It all matters. It's little things. Alright, guys. Much love. Live long and prosper. Bye, guys.